Now, do we have everybody on board? We just want to have Commissioner Casey and Commissioner
Yes, yes, Mayor, everybody's on board and they're going to start the meeting in about 30 seconds if you're ready.
Say that again.
They're going to start the meeting virtually in about 30 seconds. Okay.
Well, tell them, give us a countdown. We'll be ready.
Major or Kyle, can you give a countdown, please? Yeah, I think you can go ahead and start. I see it's live now.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for coming out. We were going to go ahead and start our meeting tonight. So with that, I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting dated Wednesday, October the 7th. We will have our invocation led by Commissioner Vincent Williams, and I will do the Pledge of Allegiance. And on the Pledge of Allegiance, I will ask that you would stand, please.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we come now in the name of your Son, Jesus. We say thank you for this day. Thank you for this beautiful city in which we live. Father, now as we come to do the business of this city, we ask that you give us wisdom, you give us knowledge, and Father God, that you give us understanding. We say thank you tonight for all those who will participate in everything that we have to do for this great city. We love you and we say thank you for all things. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Would you please stand, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all in attendance for doing that. Really appreciate that. As we get ready to go into our meeting, we also have people who are with us virtually via Zoom, and I imagine Facebook as well. So we welcome you all as well. Before I get started, are there any additions or deletions to our agenda for this evening? Commissioners? We have Commissioner Felicia Harris, Commissioner Johnny Cason, and Mayor Pro Tem Julie Martin, who are with us virtually.
Thank you.
All right, it seems that there's no additions to our agenda. We will commence with our public comment. Clerk, will you please call out the names of people who have signed up for public comment, please?
Yes, Mayor. Karen Mumford.
Karen, will you please come step forward and give your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes to tell us something.
Mask or no mask?
Either way, it's up to you.
Take it off for a minute. All right. Thank you for letting me come this evening. I'm Karen Mumford. I live at 607 Union Street in downtown Brunswick. I have been a social worker for 15 years, currently a realtor, and also in graduate school right now for a master's in social work. I have always been an advocate for sound, rational zoning treatments for community services and residences. However, I believe that recently the city has been targeted by startup nonprofits with our zoning that doesn't create fair treatment plans for the individuals that they serve or the communities around these organizations. While these nonprofits represent the very best of the human spirit, you just never know when a client's going to snap from difficulties that they are facing while readjusting. The treatment plan is only viable as an alternative. And what I'm going to present tonight, in this case to incarceration, is if it lives up to the promises that they make to us. The promises are made by big-hearted, well-intentioned individuals, but we're seeing over and over and over again that downtown, that we are ill-prepared to handle these normalizations that's required both day and night for these services. It should not put others in harm's way. An even successful model should never be automatic because of appropriate zoning mandates that the city has. So it's taken me a little bit to learn about the zoning. I'm not as fluent about it, but there are properties in downtown Brunswick that are zoned both general commercial and general residential. And we just recently found out that a nonprofit's coming downtown that's going to be a halfway house for statewide paroled nonviolent prisoners from prisons across the state of Georgia. This halfway house it shares a property line to St. Mark's Day School and sits diagonal to Glen Academy, which is an open campus high school. While this weekend I did a ton of research about this population, which in all fairness, I was not familiar with. I've been in social work, but I'm not that familiar with reentry of after prison. The chances are low for things to happen. However, I feel that this has slipped through the cracks of our zoning. While certain restaurants can't serve beer and wine, this is sharing a property line to the back of a playground to a preschool. I have spoken to the superintendent, who was not aware that this nonprofit was going to be operating across the street. And when I spoke to the director or the owner of the nonprofit, he told me that he did not find value in speaking to the Board of Education. He did not reach out to the Planning Association of the neighborhoods. I only found out because by accident, and it was on Thursday that I accidentally found out. So all community residences should not. So what I think, I have spoken to others that live downtown, and this has come up. This one is unique in that it does sit so close to the high schools and to the preschool. And there shouldn't be that many that come up like this. That's as concerning. However, there is a feeling for the influx of prisoners to be released because of overcrowding in prison systems. And I feel that this problem is going to be something that may continue to be on the horizon more and more. Whether it's a halfway house or additional services that this population or individuals that may find themselves afterwards are needing. I feel that it's important to take action now in order to help downtown remain safe for everyone. And you will not find a better community to help these individuals. However, we feel that there are certain organizations that have placed individuals and then locked the doors at night, leaving us and the local policemen and others in the community, businesses, to deal with aftermath until the doors open again. And it's becoming frustrating and it's dangerous. Are we getting close to 5 minutes? All right. So we just feel that we would like for the city commission to remove that automatic, and so that these nonprofits will come before you guys so that you can vet them to make sure that they are experienced in handling these type of populations. This one that's coming does not have any experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Elizabeth Barnhine.
Please state your name and your address, and you have 5 or so minutes.
I'm Elizabeth Verheyen. My address is Post Office Box 522, Brunswick, Georgia 31521. I believe that Karen has done a pretty good job of verbalizing a lot of the concerns of the neighborhood. I want to focus in on one particular aspect of all the different services that we have in town. If you take Gloucester down to the peninsula, just a very quick list. I have 45 different nonprofits or places that do not pay tax. Now that can include churches and other things like that as well. But that's 45 just in one small neighborhood. One concern I do have with the New Point partnership is that if you go on Google right now, it's listed as a prison. And again, as Karen said, right next to a daycare and just adjacent to a, school. Just seems highly inappropriate. But I'm going to keep my comments tonight about taxes and with regard to development in the city. As I previously stated on the record at both prior city commission meetings and at NPA meetings with commission attendance, I would like to see the city become proactive about safety and tax responsibilities in its city planning and development, more than it is now. As I have commented previously, many things in Brunswick have created continuous situations bringing a need for increased security. I myself have called 911 or had to grab a hold of a police officer 3 times in the last 30 days. That is on record. You're welcome to look it up. There's probably 2 other incidences I probably should have, but because I'd already called the 3rd time, I was like, we'll cut it there. My neighbors have continuously, even just on my block, in the last few months, we've had issue after issue where we've had to call police, or we've had break-ins, thefts, issues with poorly behaving homeless individuals, or halfway home residents. It is a constant problem. To bring this to attention in my Soglo neighborhood, starting along Gloucester into the peninsula, as I mentioned, there are 45 properties that are churches, nonprofits, or government properties which do not pay tax. This number does not include numerous drug and alcohol rehab homes or this prison home that is going to be opening. While I take no issue with established churches, schools, or government buildings, it is my opinion that the incline of growth of numerous nonprofits that offer homeless services and halfway houses have continued to wear on the fabric of our city and put strains on both the safety of our population and the expenses of our police services and other services, including fire, et cetera, where these churches and nonprofits do not proportionally fund or contribute towards our fire, police, and tax base. When we keep adding so many nonprofit services within our city footprint, it goes beyond fair demand of good charitable efforts by our citizens and levies the taxes to fund these services on an ever-shrinking population. That's important to consider. I know a lot of people here don't like to hear it. Brunswick, Georgia is in fact the poorest city in Georgia. When you take the tax needs of a city and you keep putting it on a shrinking population, that does become substantial, and that really needs to be looked at. I would like to see the city set a limit, perhaps in percentage of development within the city, for properties that can qualify as nonprofits going forward, and work to increase the policing efforts for the properties that do exist, especially since there are numerous issues with homeless and halfway patrons regarding law and or taking shelter on public squares, lands. You find people camping out. There have been numerous police reports about that lately. I saw a group of people over in a square the other day. I would like to see policing reinforced with a renewed look at increasing both police numbers and the police salary for police officers such that we can have better tenured officers brought in or retained on our force. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Madam Clerk?
Via Zoom, we have a Seamus Berry.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time to allow me to speak. My name is Seamus Berry, and I live at 502 Dartmouth Street in downtown Brunswick. And thank you to the other two speakers for kind of succinctly explaining the what of this problem. And I guess I'll be succinct and kind of giving a suggestion of how we deal with this. As Karen succinctly stated, their neighbors probably shouldn't find out about this on Facebook or through a SoGlo neighborhood type of site. And the loophole, as I look at this in terms of this conditional use, I think it pretty much caught a lot of the neighbors by surprise. And my goal in speaking tonight, maybe it's an easy fix, like they said, to clean up the zoning where there's at least a meaningful oversight, public input and comment. Because again, like I said, this type of halfway house being in close proximity to daycares and schools shouldn't happen. And again, like I said, I don't question the intentions or the big heart of this ministry. It just needs to be done in a smart and safe way. And again, like I said, with a little bit more government oversight, public input, and meaningful discussion by the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, that concludes the list I have signed up to speak.
Okay. Since this is a public comment period, is there anyone here who would like to speak? Will you please step forward and state your name and your address, and you may begin.
I can take this off to speak.
Yes.
My name is Richard Angerer. My address is 293 Good Place Road in Brunswick. I am the owner of, my wife and I are the owner of 809 Monk Street, which is the property that has been rented to New Point Partnership. There were a number of statements that were incorrect in what was said by the prior three speakers. Residents are locked in at night. They are supervised at night, and they meet a curfew in our policies and procedures manual. There's a curfew from when they have to be in, and they can't leave out until in the morning for work. We do not share a line with the day school. We share a line with the garden of St. Mark's, and the property only shares with them, not with the childcare. It's not that we didn't find it valuable to contact the Board of Education. We have been very public as far as we haven't put it in the newspaper to say we're here. We're not to that point yet. I believe this whole thing came about because we put in an application to go to First Friday. And it was shortly after that all this came out. But we have certainly not been private or closed-lipped about this. I have spoken to more than 200 people, the majority of those people in Brunswick. We've spoken to pastors. I've spoken to people at the gathering place. I've spoken to neighbors. The neighbors, none of the neighbors are upset with us. In fact, two of our neighbors have donated to us. They've donated to the ministry. The two women who run the St. Mark's Garden, they've met our residence director who's back here with us, and one of them donated to the ministry. We did not catch them off guard, and this has been going on for the past 2 years. We've made notice of this. So I've done a tremendous amount of speaking within the community to try to enlist support and to let people know what we're doing. We do pay tax because it's private property. It's held by my wife and I, and we pay Glenn County and city property taxes. We are not listed in Google as a prison. This is not a prison. This ministry is geared specifically for this very small percentage of released prisoners. There's 20,000 a year that get out of the Georgia State prison system. Of that, let's say 2% are Christian. we know it's a small number. What it is, nobody knows exactly. But if they're honest to goodness Christians, let's say 2%, that's 400 people. We want the top 2% of that. We want 5 people per year to come in for this program, which will run from 8 to 18 months. So we're looking for the cream of the crop of men who have shown that they are Christian and want to be involved in Christian ministry. The goal of this ministry is to tie them specifically with a church that says they want them. We have churches that say they want these men. And it's to tie these men so they have a value to the church, and the church receives value from them, and they also are helped by the fact that they can integrate, and it helps them with their merger into society. So they are an asset to this community. They are not a negative to this community. We formed this nonprofit with a very strong board, formed after Morningstar's articles of incorporation, so that this ministry is not based on me, and I don't run the ministry. I execute what the board of directors stipulate for me to do through policies and procedures. It's a well-organized and well-run operation that has experienced people on board in various aspects of ministry. Our chairman of the board of directors is Tom Riccio. He's been chairman of the board of his ministries for a number of years. We have Vicki West, who is the executive director of the International Seafarer Center. She's on our board. Alan Booker is on our board. We have a lot of good people that are obviously aware of this and have been for years. This has been going on for more than 2 years. So I'd also made a statement that Alan Ackridge, Reverend Ackridge, was very much in favor of this. He let us exhibit in his church during the ministry time last summer. So this has not been a secret. This has been as well publicized as we could without taking out newspaper advertisements. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Please step forward, state your name and your address, and then you may begin.
Hello, Mayor. My name is Thea Ramirez. I live at 1027 Egmont Street. And I wasn't thinking that this is what we were going to talk about today, but since it's come up, I just like to offer a couple of statements around, I think, the visible tension, sir, that you're witnessing here in our community. You have I think everyone in this community that lives here, works here, plays here, has the kindest of hearts, has the best of intentions. We want to embrace people who are outsiders, people who need help, and who are maybe in the margins of our society. But I think what is evidenced today is a complete lack of meaningful guidance and oversight that our ordinances are deficient in. And as a result, we have, people that are without legitimate pathways for establishing things. And in fact, Mr. Engler's testimony here today is case in point. I mean, he's going above and beyond, communicating with local, nonprofits and making it visible, maybe starting a Facebook page. I'm not sure, I'm just kind of speculating, but, it's not been a secret on his end. But it still provides the path that we have not, as a city, offered a meaningful way to allow the ability for nonprofits and different actors, individuals and organizations, to come before this community and apply for a permit or some sort of legitimate sort of documentation, not just a special use permit, but something specific to either residential treatment facilities or, facilities, just treatment facilities in general. And by having a meaningful pathway, not only are our residents informed and not taken by surprise, but we actually have a way of maintaining and also kind of helping with the code enforcement aspect of this, where we have to sort of guess, are these 5 unrelated adults just dwellers together and fit within the code? Or are these, is this actually an off the books, halfway house or substance abuse rehabilitation center? So I think it's time for us to relook at our ordinance and our codes and make sure that going forward, we have very clear guidelines, expectations, and the ability to maintain and enforce people who choose to break those codes and ordinances going forward. So I think if anything, just to summarize, I think it's past time for the city to actually have a meaningful way for organizations and good organizations to come before the people, submit, apply for, and maintain a permit that also allows the city to have some enforcement ability too. And I don't think that's something, again, not speaking for Mr. Engler, I don't think that's anything good people would argue about or defend themselves against if they're not having any nefarious reasons. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Public comment period. State your name and your address, and you may begin.
My name is Jamie Drawdy, and my address is 514 Harbor Oaks, St. Simons. Just wanted to say, last week I had a contract on the house right next to that one. It's 1415 Egmont, and I had to terminate it because I'm a single mom, and I just didn't feel like I would feel comfortable living there next to a house full of, men that were previously in prison. So that's all. And the neighbor across the street is who told me about it, and she bought her house a year ago and said that she would have not purchased it would she have known that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Madam Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wants to raise their hand to speak?
No, Mayor, there's no one in chat requesting to speak.
Okay. All right, since we don't have anyone else to speak, as I always say, I like to give our citizens the opportunity to address their commission. I think that's the one thing that everyone are entitled to address your government, because we represent you. So with that being said, no one else is stepping forward. I want to thank you all who have come out, who have given comments, address this commission. All these things will be taken into consideration. And when they come before us, I'm sure we will be able to address that issue with factual information. So thank you all for the information you have presented to us. So right now I will close the public comment period. And we will move right along with our first item on the presentation. Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, as a presentation and plaque to the City of Brunswick and City Engineer Public Works Director Garrett Albertson for exceeding the requirements for NFIP participation in effective flood plan management. So, Mr. Albertson, will you step forward, please? Hope you don't mind if I stand behind here. I'll just read this plaque, and it says from Department of Homeland Security from FEMA. It says City of Brunswick successfully participates in the National Flood Insurance Program Community Rating System. It says this community has undertaken a series of meaningful activities to protect its citizens from losses caused by flooding and has significantly exceeded the requirements for NFIP participation and effective floodplain management. And is given by David Musrad, Deputy Associate Administrator for Insurance and Mitigation, Federal Insurance Mitigation Administration from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, dated October 1st. And it says for class 6, I think what it says, which means that we are actively making sure our floodplain, participating in the floodplain, floodplain management to make sure that we try to make sure that we don't have so much flooding here in Brunswick. I'm very thankful to you also about our stormwater that we're trying our best to keep from flooding. I realized we flooded the other day, a couple weeks ago, but it ran out very quickly when we unclogged everything and got things. So we are working hard, diligent for that. And you are at the forefront of that. So we appreciate you very much. We appreciate the City of Brunswick, your staff. And it's a testament to also our city manager and as well for doing the things we do for our citizens here dealing with flooding. So this is to you, sir, and your staff.
Thank you. Thank you. It was definitely a team effort. Had a lot of help from John's department, the building and planning and building department. Also help from Gilbert Mills and Kaywood consultants. Rob Brown is here. So it's definitely a team effort. So I appreciate that.
Were y'all smiling?
Okay, as we move right along, public hearing. Before I get into that, I would like to just say I'm pretty sure a number of you all are here to ascertain as to when we will be making our decision on the monument in Hanover Square. I want to say we are going to receive information from our attorney on the legalities of moving it or whatever we can do with it. Also, we're taking consideration the comments that have been given to us by the committee that was established, and also all the comments during the public comment period, town hall meetings that we had with individuals who have come out and spoken so eloquently about and passionately for their position. So we will make this decision on our first meeting in November. Right now, tonight and our next meeting in October, we will be gathering all that information so we can make a very informed decision. So the decision will be made from the city council on our first meeting in November. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for participation as well, doing that, because realize we all have an opinion and we all are part of this city, part of this community, and you guys have a voice. You elected us to be your voice to make decisions for you. Okay, moving right along. Item number 2, public hearing land use. Rezoning petition number 20-03 from Christopher Atkinson, the owner, petitioning to rezone subject parcels from R6, one family residential, R6 to general commercial, GC, a property located at 3129 Brunswick Avenue. Mr. John Hunter is presenting.
Thank you, Mayor. Christopher Atkinson has, as you said, applied for the rezoning for 3129 Brailsford to rezone the property from one family residential to general commercial. The subject parcel is 4.1 acres and is located at the intersection of Brailsford and 2nd Street. It's currently vacant, and it is shown, give me one second, I'm gonna share my screen here so that you can see this map a little closer. It's a little small on the screen, but it's outlined in blue on the map on the first page in your packet. We do have a photo of the lot that's currently vacant. The owners requested a change to general commercial. The regulations which apply within this district are designed to encourage the formation and continuance of a compatible and economically healthy environment for regional-oriented businesses, financial, service, and other professional uses, and discourage encroachment by industrial, residential, or other uses considered capable of adversely affecting the basic commercial character of the district. The proposed development is listed as a towing and recovery center. The applicant proposes constructing a 20 by 40 a 20 by 24 office building providing 5 parking spaces for staff and customers and covering the grounds with recycled asphalt. The property would be surrounded with an 8-foot tall fence and black windscreen. Access to the property would be from 2nd Street and from an adjacent alley. You can see the plan here at the top of the page. It's 2nd Street. Norwich Street Lane runs to the west and Brailsford runs to the east of the property. When we look at rezonings, one of the things we look at is the comprehensive plan designation for the area. This is in the character area of Newtown, which extends from F Street to 4th Street and east to Hercules and west to the river. So there are a lot of commercial corridors within this area as well as large residential areas. The primary commercial corridors are MLK, Norwich, and Newcastle/341. The Norwich corridor runs north and south through Newtown, and the land uses along the Norwich corridor tend to be commercial or institutional in nature, with some outdoor storage such as automobile sales, and buildings are generally situated directly adjacent to the corridor as a characteristic of a kind of a main street setting. The long-term vision for Newtown is a revitalized, diverse, urban single-family neighborhood with quality infrastructure. But obviously there is the commercial component through those areas that we want to revitalize and ensure move forward healthily over time. Appropriate land uses in Newtown include single-family residential, neighborhood scale commercial along Norwich and MLK, community facilities, multifamily developments, townhouses, or mixed-use developments. The proposed towing and recovery center it's not a well-defined use in our code. The construction of an office and the ability to keep vehicles related to the business on site are well within the defined uses. However, the storage of vehicles that may not meet requirements within our code. Typically, open yard storage of vehicles and equipment can be allowed as a conditional use, but excluded from that is typically junk or salvage. Towed and recovered vehicles present an issue within that framework. They may be wrecked, which means they're inoperable, which under our code technically classifies them as junk. They could have been, in cases where they're totaled, they're actually then basically ready for salvage and pickup. And this is something we discussed with the applicant during the Planning and Appeals Commission, and I'll touch on that in just a couple of minutes. Additionally, the proposed rezoning from R6 to general commercial would create spot zoning, which is defined as rezoning of a specific parcel of property, which creates an isolated district unrelated to adjacent districts, and which is not a logical extension of a zoning boundary. Back up to our zoning map, you can see that all the surrounding areas are zoned R6, so that if this were rezoned as general commercial, it would create spot zoning. However, you can see to the left-hand side of the map, the beginnings of the Norwich Street corridor, where most of that area is general commercial, which is roughly just over a block away. This property is adjacent to the National Guard Armory and joint water and sewer property that has a water tower. And then the adjacent residential across the street. The staff recommendation was denial of the rezoning as it would create spot zoning, which is prohibited under the zoning ordinance. This did go to the Planning and Appeals Commission on September 9th. The discussion there centered upon the length of stay of vehicles on the lot and the ability to add vegetative screening along Brailsford. Mr. Atkinson and Ms. Gibbons provided additional information on the history of uses at the location, all of which were commercial in nature, regardless of how the property has been zoned. They also provided a petition, which is in your packets, from residents on Brailsford and the surrounding area supporting the rezoning. Based on the information and the discussion of the storage vehicles, the Planning and Appeals Commission recommended approval of the rezoning with the following conditions. That a vegetative screen be added along Brailsford in addition to the proposed fence to soften the view from the residential properties, and that staff be instructed to initiate rezoning of the National Guard Armory and joint water and sewer properties from R6 to GC. This rezoning would eliminate the spot zoning concerns and be more consistent with their use in proximity to Norwich Street. That concludes the staff report and the update from the Planning and Appeals Commission. We do have the applicant here this evening. They're able to answer any other questions that you might have. I can answer questions first before
Okay,
we
well,
move on.
Yeah, we will ask if there are any questions. Any questions for Mr. Hunter, commissioners?
What's the current zoning for the National Guard and the water tower?
R6. So it's zoned as residential.
So they're actually zoned as residential, but are being used as commercial pretty much.
And that's not uncommon for government properties to be zoned residential, but it's not a requirement.
Sure.
I had a question. I did attend the PAC meeting when this application came before them for consideration. And Mr. Hunter, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't this brought to the attention of the appeals, Planning and Appeals Commission due to neighbors who noticed all the junk cars again that were accumulating on the property?
No, ma'am, that's our next application.
Okay, okay. My other question or concern is the length of time that wrecked vehicles would remain on the property beyond the length of period that they're supposed to, primarily because there might be a lag time between when the insurance adjuster may come out to look at a particular vehicle and assess it, and then the time that then lapses before the vehicle is picked up and carted off and disposed of. Is that correct? That there's a longer time period than would typically be allowed?
That was our understanding is that the ideally those cars move in and out relatively quickly. I'll let the applicant answer that question.
The cars move, good evening, everyone. The cars move in and out very quickly. However, if there's an issue with the car that does not have the right ownership or the right VIN number, and then you have to go through the, or if there's a lien on there, then it takes longer to get those cars cleared than the ones who are insured and properly tagged.
So what will you do with it if you have to take longer? What's the disposition?
We have to, according to the guidelines, we have to apply to the city police department, and then they have to follow up and give us back to say we could salvage this car or sell it.
Okay, so in other words, you have a method to get rid of it.
There is a procedure.
If it doesn't get off the property in a certain amount of time.
Yes.
Okay.
I was gonna give you an example.
That's fine. Any other commissioner? Any other questions?
Well, no, I guess my only other concern would be whatever might be required on behalf of city code to keep an eye on the length of time vehicles are there, if things get out of hand. I mean, if it's an onerous process for them to then kind of have to watch out or watch over the comings and goings of wrecked vehicles and junk cars.
Okay.
Let me ask this question, Mr. Mayor. I know the owner's talking about putting up a fence with the black screened or whatever, that type material. Would it be feasible, and I'm just asking this as a question, to put up a privacy fence so that the vehicles behind the fence can't be seen from the street?
That
or
is
view?
a privacy fence in the sense of a car dealership.
Mhm.
And then the appeal board also asks us to put landscaping to
Right.
cover it also. So
I understand what they actually from the Brailsford Street side, and I understand that, and I'm good with that. But I'm saying if there's a privacy fence, you know, boarded type fence, you can't see through it. You got to climb up to look over it to see if there, you follow what I'm saying? And I think that if we did something like that, maybe, and even with the whatever in the front of it on Brailsford Street side, it would help soften that, that effect.
That's what I plan to do anyway.
Okay.
Mr. Atkins Mr. Atkins is here. Any more questions for Mr. Hunter? Okay.
I just got.
Go ahead, Commissioner Harris.
I'm kind of piggybacking off of Commissioner Martin as far as, and maybe this is not for John, maybe this is for the applicant. But I guess maybe this question is for, what's the maximum number of vehicles that can be accommodated on that property according to the business that's going to be there? And what are the EPA concerns with the storage of those wrecked vehicles and potential EPA problems that might come out?
the cars are normally moving 5 to 10 days. The cars that take longer than 10 days are the ones that have issues for its lien and wrong and all that other stuff. You have to go through the procedure to file the paperwork through the city police department or the county police department, depending on who told us to pull the car in. All the cars that we're towing coming through the local law enforcement center and the state patrol.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Local, city, county, and the state patrol.
Okay. So do you all expect any type of traffic what type of traffic do you expect going in and out of the facility?
When you're saying traffic, you're talking about the individual owners of the car? The insurance?
Yes. Yes.
Once we pick up a car, the insurance adjuster come, does an adjustment, and either tell us to salvage the car or tow it to the body repair shop.
Okay. So it's
And it takes
so the stay of a vehicle on your property would be, you said, about 5 days, no more?
5 to 10 days. On a normal,
Okay.
if there are issue with the car, like we had a car, I don't know where the owner of the car was, but the monthly payments were being paid someone else. I don't even know if he knew the car was towed because he was not the driver of the car. We had to get in touch with the lien company, and then on the last day that we could claim ownership of the car, this is a new car, you all. The last day we could claim owner of the car, the owner appeared and paid the storage and everything and removed the car. But that car was not damaged. It's just that he was unaware that his car was towed by whomever was driving it that night.
Okay.
Okay, let Mr. Atkins speak if he has something to say, sir. You authorized to say what you got to say.
Well, the only thing I'm saying is I got a car now that abandoned car. I've been had it, about a month, but I have to go through the process in order to get rid of it. You just can't get rid of the car without going through the process, to getting the ownership of the car to get rid of it. Okay. Like some of them take 10 days or whatever, 'cause I just told one Monday, the police report won't be ready till tomorrow. So the insurance adjuster will come out, adjust it if it's totaled. The people come out of Savannah or Florida, Copart, and they pick some up and take some away.
I think the city is worried about how long they're going to be on your property, and they become an eyesore to the community. That's basically what I believe the city commission is really concerned about.
I understand.
And I think the city commission is worried about for code enforcement having to come out and make sure you are in compliance. So it's going to be, will it be an extra burden on code enforcement to keep coming out to make sure you're compliant? But I know that's what code enforcement is supposed to do. That's their job. But I think that's some of the concerns of the city commission.
Right.
Commissioners, anything else you want to say to Mr. Atkinson?
I just would like to reinforce that what Commissioner Williams also said is if this were to go through, to make sure that those barriers are there. I did read the list of the petition, saw the residents that were in agreement to having it there, that did not have any objections to having it there. But to also, that is a residential area. That specific area is predominantly residential. And so in order to keep that area in alignment with what the city is trying to do and in the future plans for that area to do infill housing and to build up the housing within that area, to keep that area comparable for that specific objective, to make sure that he does have the proper fencing, privacy, that it will not become an eyesore. We have too many of those already on Norwood Street and in that area, that we don't need to add something else that's going to be an eyesore there. And I trust that Ms. Gibbons and Mr. Atkinson will be good stewards to make sure that there is the beautification of that area, of that facility, and the privacy, so that when people are just passing by, prospective investors are passing by, they will not see an eyesore. I can't hear you.
We don't, Mr. Atkinson does not have an issue with putting up the properties, installing the properties fence, or doing the vegetative landscaping, whatever to make the building secure. It will be fenced in all around. It'll be entrance. The main entrance will be through the alley. Its entrance and exit will be through the alley, so it would be not a eyesore to the neighborhood. And one block to the left is Norwood Street, and there are commercial buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Upkeeping and maintaining the property. If you don't maintain the property, then it depreciates in value. So he will be good steward of the property.
Awesome.
Any other questions, comments?
You know, this is Commissioner Kaysen. I'd just like to say that we've got several locations that we have operations like this around town, and most of them wind up where we have severe, like the mayor says, code enforcement issues and times and complaints. And this just does not look like the right place to me to have this type operation in a neighborhood. And I realize that you have a lot of petitioners here that are willing to accept it, but I just don't see that what I'm seeing right here, what I've got to approve, doesn't show to me that you're not going to take away from the area. And I'm struggling with it.
Commissioner Kaysen, not only do we have the support of the neighbors, directly across the street from 3129 Bradford Avenue, Mr. Atkinson owns that corner and that corner and the corner behind. So 3 corners is his property. So why would he put something that's going to depreciate his primary residence?
Well, I'm not going to debate with you. I'm just telling you what we've got, what I see, and what problems we have as a city in taking care of these kind of situations. What I would like to see is I would like to see the detail of how we're going to cover up all this stuff. I understand the screening. I don't really get the idea, though, that that's going to completely take care of what's going to develop here. I just don't see it in what I've got to look at here.
Thank you, Commissioner Cason. Anybody else? Any commissioner, any more comments? Okay, anything else you would like to add, Ms. Gibbons or Mr. Atkinson? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, you can have a seat. All right, since this is a public hearing, now we will open this up to anyone here or anyone on Zoom who would like to speak for or against the granting of this petition. The petition is they're petitioning to put this towing facility, towing business, and also to rezone this property from R6 to GC. From R6 is general residential to general commercial. So anyone who would like to speak for or against, please raise your hand in the chat room and state your name and address, and you can speak. Madam Clerk, please monitor that for me, please.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, anyone?
No, Mayor, no one's requested to speak.
Thank you. All right, now, did anyone here that's here physically in the City Hall like to come forth and speak for or against the granting of this petition? Please step forward, state your name, your address, and please address us. No problem. We all learn as we go, sir.
Dave Bowers, 526 Newcastle. Again, you're chairman of your planning commission,
okay.
Planning and Appeals. Again, the Planning and Appeals Commission recommendation is for the entire block. It's not just for this property because, again, of the potential spot zoning. However, general commercial, and again, this came late in the process, or the light bulb didn't go on in my head until after we agreed to general commercial, that if you read the general commercial permitted uses and some of the conditional uses, if we do agree to rezone the entire block, because of the age of our ordinance, there are some things that should be struck or made additional conditional uses, in my opinion, in the general commercial for this block. And quickly, under permitted uses, under D, there's a seafood processing facility, which I don't think we want there or anywhere in this block. My understanding is they have quite a smell, et cetera. There's also a transportation terminal, which I don't know the definition of, so at this point, I think we just should strike it. There's transmission towers, which I think should come out. And then also, there are several items that are by right in this GC that should probably go to conditional use, because what Mr. Christensen, is it? No, Mr. Atkinson is asking for, and what was agreed to with his neighbors was this specific use. But if he sells the property, then there's a private club, a semi-private club, a lodge, a union hall, and a social center, which I know we've had some problems with, would be by right. A church would be by right, but in an R6, it's a conditional use. There's public utilities are a conditional use under R6, and then there are several different housing types, everything from group home to one family that are by right, but again, I think should be moved to conditional use if we approve the rezoning. And I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. I appreciate that. Thank you for serving on our Planning and Zone Committee as well. Commission, excuse me. Commissioners, you've heard No, is there anyone else like to speak? Ms. Hunter, anything else you'd like to say before we
No, sir.
bring this before to?
I would, if I could make one comment, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I just would like, I don't know if anybody can hear me on Zoom, but it is important to note that if tonight this particular parcel was rezoned, it would create an illegal spot zoning in accordance with our ordinances, which is prohibited. The recommendation that came out of the planning and zoning would be that the staff institute rezoning of I believe the joint water and sewer parcel to the south and what is the armory now to the east, which is fronting on Norwich Street. That would eliminate the spot zoning, but tonight, I just want you to be clear from a legal perspective, this would be creating an illegal spot zoning, and that's why the recommendation from the city staff was to deny. So I want to make sure the commission is clear that.
Well, how do we get past that then? And do we need to bring this back before to have it?
You'd have to have something zoned before that would allow a contiguous use to come through from.
Well, can we adjourn this to our next, what are we gonna,
it would need to initiate a rezoning. That's been, what's been recommended is that the armory, the parcel fronting Norwich Street be rezoned. If that were to be the case and it was rezoned to general commercial, that would eliminate this parcel from being spot zoning.
okay, Mr. Hunter, what is our process for doing that?
So we would need to take the rezoning for the National Guard Armory and Joint Water and Sewer through the Planning Commission for their recommendation, and then bring it forward to you to the City Commission to approve. So that would be roughly, it's roughly a 45-day process because we have to advertise each of the meetings for 15 days. We would not be able to hear it at the October meeting of the Planning Commission, which is next week. So it would not start until November, which would push it out to December before it came to you.
Okay, let me ask you a question now. Was the applicant aware of this before he brought this thing to us today? Or was he aware that the spot zoning, that it will be disapproved because of spot zoning?
We discussed the spot zoning at the Planning Commission meeting. And of course, that was in my initial recommendation that it be denied because of it was spot zoning.
But that's been a whole month already, right?
Correct.
So was the individual told that even though the PAC decided that we should rezone the National Guard Army and other property, that whole block, was this told to the applicant that would be?
The applicant was at the Planning Commission meeting, so they were aware of their recommendation. So I guess you're asking whether or not that they were aware that they would have to wait
Until we get this part done before they can do anything else?
No.
Before we can, they was not?
No, sir.
Okay. Any comment, commissioners, as we move forward?
I've got a comment. So technically, and I'm just being technical here, if the commission decided to approve this petition, what are the consequences?
And that's, I guess that's a good question. It would require an action, so spot zoning would provide standing to neighbors. I understand that they have a petition, and that's probably a good thing to have in front of something like this, because it would require an action by a neighbor to bring an action against the city for taking this, for taking this vote, essentially.
Because we're violating our own ordinance ourselves.
Right. I mean, hardly ever would you have a challenge from the actual applicant or the city itself, but it would require a challenge by a standing, someone with standing, which would likely be a residential, someone in that area that is owning a residential property.
Okay.
So there is a significant risk there. I mean, I don't know the area, I don't know the residential, I don't know the neighbors. I'm just saying that would be I believe, does that answer your question, Commissioner Williams?
Pretty much.
Okay.
So,
And I think a little bit of a chicken and an egg here is that I couldn't initiate the rezoning of the National Guard and the Joint Water and Sewer property without direction from
the
y'all.
commission.
So it has
So we have to tell you we want to
you have
rezone.
to tell me to do that.
Okay, okay, I understand that. So basically, we should have had this come before us to rezone it, and then it would have wouldn't have been so much of an issue.
And that wasn't even, I mean, that was born out of the Planning and Zoning Commission. John's original recommendation was to deny because of.
Well, I understand that. He has to do that. I mean, that's only makes sense. However, the PAC could have told us, hey, look, you guys need to do this to rezone this property, rezone this thing. So my question to you, Mr. Hunter, is that you said it won't be able to go before the next, since the PAC already has said they should do that.
Right, but we still have to adhere to our advertising processes. So it's 15 days ahead of the Planning and Appeals Commission meeting where they have their public hearing.
Yep. Oh, okay.
And then 15 days ahead of your public hearing here today.
Okay, so it's going to take that long.
Right.
Okay, this is Commissioner Harris. And looking at the legalities and all of this stuff from every potential risk side, I think that what is being proposed does carry some weight as far as the applicant. But if we want to make sure that we are being proactive and not reactive when it comes to the legalities, we defer this until we can get in place what we need to get in place to deal with all of the legalities that can fall out from this. We don't know who may come up from somewhere and challenge challenge a decision that we could possibly make tonight, as far as if we were to accept it and hold us accountable to violating our own ordinances. But if we are proactive and deferring this, not denying it, but deferring it until we on the city side can get in place the legalities that we need to have in place as far as the consideration of the rezoning, the recommendation from the PAC as to what, oh Lord, I just forgot his name. I see him sitting out there. But to what he has brought forward to us, some of the other things, because we don't want to set a precedent and we don't want to open up a can of worms. We want to make sure if we're rezoning this, that it's applicable to what the applicant is in need of, that it also accounts for any other potential risks that we may encounter, because we have not really sat down and gone through those things that would be beneficial for that area, that would be detrimental to that area in moving forward with changing this from R6 to GC. So to not deny the applicant's request, but to defer it would allow the city the opportunity to put in place what it needs to put in place to make sure that we are covering ourselves on the legal side of this, but still affording the applicant an opportunity to know that this is his application has not been denied, but we're taking precautionary measures, or we're taking steps to put in place what needs to be put in place.
I totally agree with you, Commissioner Harris. And I also wanted to ask this question. If we're going to rezone the National Guard Armory and the Joint Water and Sewer property, can we just include this third property and make that one, just make it all art,
Is it part of that block?
GC? Yeah, it's in the same block.
Yeah,
that was the recommendation.
Yeah.
So then would the petitioner have to come back before the commission again in order to do what they want to do at that point?
Yes.
Yes, because the conditional use.
It would.
Yes.
But they would have to come back for the rezoning in general. But
right.
I mean, yeah, the rezoning. If let's say if it passes, we get everything rezoned. Do they have to come back
No.
for a conditional use permit?
No.
Okay.
That's, we're.
Okay.
but we're basically saying that this is
Permitted in that.
This is
zone.
permitted with the conditions that you're placing on it now.
Okay.
As part of the rezoning.
Okay. I just want to
Okay,
make,
but we want to make sure. We want to make sure now. We have PAC recommendations, but we also have additional information that's been provided to us. So we don't want to place ourselves in a stronghold that's going to a pinhole that's going to cause someone to come that may not be beneficial for that area. We want to make sure that we're looking at all of the things and all of the potential applications that will come forward from that point forward once we go through this process. So we need to make sure that we're covering and reviewing all of the processes and updating the codes and making sure that we've got our things in order that need to cover any potential risk that we may face.
Okay, are the applicant aware of what we just said? Come to the mic, please.
I was under the impression when we came back tonight that the joint water and sewer and the National Guard Army would already been zoned, and we were just coming to do our petition.
But it haven't been done.
I understand that, but I understand that's the way they presented it, because they suggested to Mr. Hunter at that, I understood them to suggest that it all be GC and to do it all at one time.
but he had to get direction from the commission. He couldn't just do it on his own.
So, and we are gonna take it up for advisement, and we will make that decision. Okay? So, in essence, what commissioners are saying, that they would defer this item until, I think, our first meeting in, help me out here.
November?
How much time they need to make sure that this is done. This needs to be done right.
It would be in December sometime then.
Be the December 2nd meeting.
First meeting of December?
No, second meeting.
December, but it's on December.
Probably the second meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, we could, from a time standpoint, December 2nd.
December 2nd. So, Ms. Gibbons and Mr. Atkins, are you aware of what we just said? Okay. Okay, so commissioners, with all that discussion, let me get a motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we direct staff to rezone these petition parcels, as well as the National Guard Armory and the joint water and sewer property, and we defer this item till our December 2nd meeting.
Second.
Motion second for us to rezone the property, that whole block, for general commercial, and also defer this item that's come before us this evening until our December 2nd meeting. Are there any further discussion?
Yes, this is Commissioner Kaysen. I would like to be sure that we have the proper screening and the proper foliage out there.
Yes, sir.
And if we could have a drawing provided to us, I think that would be helpful.
Yes, sir. Please add those things to that request as well. Okay, any further questions or comments? Okay, all in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 All who's opposed, please say aye. Please state your claim. Any opposers? It appears the ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Thank you, Ms. Gibbons, for coming for us, and thanks for your understanding. Ms. Hunter, you are here again with item number 3, conditional use permit, petition number 20-04 from Joe Roca petitioning for conditional use for 1802 Second Street for open yard storage of vehicles. The location will be used for auto storage. Mr. Hunter, Plan and Codes Director.
Yes, the property 1802 Second Street, the application is for conditional use for open yard storage of vehicles. The subject parcel is 0.33 plus acres in size and contains no structures. I'll bring up a map here so we can see this one as well. The subject parcel is zoned general commercial. Parcels to the south, west, and east are zoned general commercial as well. Parcels to the north across Second Street are zoned general residential. There's no proposed development or changes to the property. Section 2393F of the zoning ordinance allows open yard use for the sale, rental, and or storage of materials or equipment, excluding junk or other salvage, provided that such uses are separated from adjoining residential properties by a suitable planting screen, fence, or wall at least 6 feet in height above finished grade. This property housed an unpermitted storage yard for a record company in 2018 and 2019 that code enforcement pursued through citations. The previous operation moved out in 2019. In April 2020, code enforcement received a complaint from neighboring property owner about vehicles being stored on the property. After investigating, code enforcement informed the applicant of the need for the conditional use. The applicant's site plan, when submitted with the application, notes that they'll be storing junk cars only. When visiting the property, the storage of junk vehicles was apparent as most of the vehicles were not tagged and many appeared to be inoperable due to damage or missing parts. The conditional use of the open yard storage of vehicles is specific that the storage not include junk or other salvage. Staff recommended denying the request based on the storage or junk of other salvage being inconsistent with the requirements for attaining a conditional use for open yard storage and general commercial. The only zoning area where the storage of junk or salvage is allowed is in our basic or general industrial zones. The Planning and Appeals Commission held a public hearing on September 9th. Their discussion centered upon the condition of the vehicles on the site and the difficulty that the area along Johnston Circle and Second Street has had previously with junk vehicles. You may remember that the Planning Commission brought revocation of the conditional use permit for an auto shop that was on Johnston Circle to you just about a year ago. There are a number of businesses along that area that have been problematic in dealing with storage of vehicles in the right of way, junk vehicles, and as we noted previously, this location was used as a storage area for a towing yard, which we pursued through code enforcement. We never could get them to apply for a conditional use permit, and then they moved out. No one spoke in favor or against the application at the Planning and Appeals Commission, and the Planning and Appeals Commission recommended approval of the staff recommendation to deny the conditional use application. I will note that Mr. Roca was not available at the Planning and Appeals Commission, so he had no opportunity to provide any further information about his operations and what might classify this to fit within the conditional use. But he is here tonight, so he'd be able to answer any questions about that.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Hunter?
Yes, so they were operating without the proper documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is this the same individual or is he
No,
someone
this is a different individual. He had nothing to do with the previous code enforcement actions. He had nothing to do with this. And he, once was contacted, he came forward and started working on the application. One of the difficulties that we have had in that area with the uses that are going on is the owners of the properties have tended to allow people to go in and do whatever and not make them aware of any specific needs that they might need to come forward and talk to the planning department about, even though we've contacted a number of them. There's only a couple of different owners in that area, and they're all aware of the needs for those things. In particular for this property, we've been in communication with the owner of that property multiple times.
So the owner of this property leases the property
To Mr. Roca, correct?
to this gentleman. Okay. So how long my question is this, how long has he been leasing the property?
Since March or April.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure this wasn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking about. Because the responsibility is still on the business owner, not the property owner. I mean, the property owner has his own responsibilities too, but the business owner should know what the codes are.
This is my question. The photos that you have here, these vehicles that are there, who owns them? What can be done, or what is going to be done about? Let's get rid of this problem first before we create more problems.
Let's let Mr. Roca speak to that.
Okay.
Those are the vehicles that he's storing there, so he can clarify what their use is or any questions about that operation.
The majority of the cars on the lot actually are some like junk cars that we have purchased throughout the years that, you have to have so many to get a crusher to come in. So we have 2 other properties we're storing cars on, and then, we need some additional storage. So Mr. Vera contacted me, said he had this place that I could store cars on. So I leased from him, and then later on found out that I wasn't really allowed to just store them there. But it was just to gather up, you have to have 100 cars in order to have the crusher come in. So we were just trying to have a place to put them until we can get the crusher in there and dispose of all the cars.
Okay, but Mr. Roca, I don't think we want to have junk cars in a zoning where in our city like that. I mean, that's really, how long do you hold these junk cars? You hold them until you get 100, I guess 100 of them, right?
Correct.
And that could be a year, could be
6 months.
6 months to a year.
Yes, sir.
So they just, that's right in the middle of the city of Brunswick.
So my question would be, was there any consideration given to looking for property that is zoned adequately for this particular use, a general industrial? We've got lots of other property, certainly either perhaps within the city, but definitely within the county where this type of activity is more appropriate.
And I was not aware that this was not, used for that, because I seen the cars there from previous. And then when he come to me and said, hey, they moved out, and I hear you need a place to store cars, I have a place. So I thought it was well within, and he said, you may end up need to put up the screening, which I ordered, it just come in, to put up, to cover up anything if need be, so I do have that available to put up so you wouldn't see through the fence at all. Well, I was wanting to come here tonight to make sure everything was in order before I.
Mr. Hunter, who is the owner of the property?
John Vera.
Has he been before this commission?
Not that I recall. We've had a number of his properties come through.
Well, it's evident that he is in violation from before, or allowing someone to own the business on his property, so to speak, which was in violation of our ordinance. And now he's asking someone else to do the same thing, but to try to. That's kind of not so good here.
You're with, I'm reading your shirt. You're dependent, you have a business on Norwich Street here in Brunswick, correct?
On Fourth.
Fourth, which is in the county.
Yes.
Any other questions, commissioners, comments?
Yeah, that something needs to be done in regards to the property owner as well, because he's knowingly violating or allowing the violation of the codes. This isn't something that just started at that property.
Yes, correct.
Enforcement ticketed this individual or gave them any?
Off the top of my head, honestly, I can't remember. I know that we have been in communication with him about those issues with the previous situation, so that we could find out who it was, so that they could be pursued by code enforcement. I think that may actually be how Tommy found that Mr. Roca was leasing the property, was through Mr. Vera. And all the contacts we've had with him, I know that he's been told these type activities, if they are allowed, have to have conditional uses.
He has been in front of municipal court for the property located on the corner of MLK and First Street. It was Eric's Tires, if everybody recalls that particular property, the used tire property, just down from the depot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, question is, are the cars that's on this lot now belonging to the owner or belonging to you?
I have purchased the majority of them.
Oh.
There's a few that does have owners to them that I was storing, but they are, the majority of them are.
So he leased the property to you with the junk cars on it and sold you the junk cars?
No. Whenever he leased me the property, they have just cleaned everything out of there except for a few containers that are in the back and a big truck that the guy that had there before.
So all the cars there now, you put in there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, all the cars that are in there now, that's
Something you put in there, you brought in, okay.
Because if you all remember, when this same piece of property came up before us and we revoked the permit, and they had a certain number of days to get that property cleaned off, and so a lot of that stuff was removed. So I mean, this is tiring to have a property owner just blatantly disregard the ordinances. Blatant. This is blatant.
Okay, Commissioner, we are here where we're at with this item. Any further comments as we move forward? Mr. Roca, is there anything else you'd like to say before we ask for public comment?
the only thing I can say is, like I said, I do have screening to put up to so you don't see through the fence if there's any way that it would be allowed, but I'll be happy to take care of whatever y'all would like me to do, because I really need the space, but if not, I can move it all out.
Thank you, sir. Okay, commissioners, this is a public hearing, and the public hearing will ask anyone who would like to come forward to speak for or against the granting of this petition. And the petition is conditional petition to be able to store open yard storage of vehicles. So, Madam Clerk, are there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak? Please monitor that, and we'll give them a minute or so to be able to speak.
Mayor, we have just one question from William Kitts on Zoom. He wanted to know if the applicant planned to crush cars on the property.
No, it would be done at another property, not that one.
Okay. Anyone else to speak on Zoom?
No, Mayor, that was the only person.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we open it up to anyone here who are physically with us at City Hall who would like to speak for or against granting this petition. And I would like to hear from Mr. Bowers, who's the Chairman of our Planning and Appeals Commission, to come forward as well.
Already standing up. Quick comment, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mayor. Number one, the lease that I read said landscaping equipment. There. It's in the app. It's in your packet. And secondly, VARA is a four-letter word. This gentleman owns 2 or 3 properties around town. We need to somehow have the owner show up when we're looking at these petitions, because he's just using us, and I think Harris said he's wasting our time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else speak for or against the grant of this petition? Step forward, state your name, your address, and you will be given an opportunity to speak and address this commission. Well, seeing that no one has come forward, commissioners, any further comment before I ask for a vote? Excuse me, motion. From you all, I will entertain a motion as to what's our will and pleasure for the disposition of this petition.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we deny conditional use permit 20-04 at 1802 2nd Street for the use as open yard storage of vehicles.
Second.
We got a motion and a second for denial of this conditional use petition number 20-04. Are there any further comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same sign, same right. Any opposes? No opposed. It appears that the ayes have it. So this conditional use petition is denied. Mr. Hunter, please let Mr. Rocco know his requirements to move those vehicles before, I mean, with certain number of time frame. Okay, please do. Mr. Rocco, thank you for coming to petition. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I got a comment to make. I think it's ironical that we have these two variances in front of us back to back. And if we don't take action on the one on Brailsford and be proper and precise about it, we're looking pretty much like what Brailsford is going to look like here on Johnson Circle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not necessary. It's just not necessary. If we don't take proper action and get these codes and stick to where we are in our zonings.
I would agree, because I think that, again, the Brailsford business is right across the street from residential properties. And even though many of those residents may have signed a petition, I would really want to know, do they fully understand what the property is going to look like and what it's going to bring forward to them as far as what they look out their front door to see, even if we rezone the Armory and the joint water sewer property.
You know, I agree with what you're saying too, Mayor Pro Tem. However, to me, there's a big difference between junk vehicles and vehicles that's been told that's waiting for that will be there less than 30 days or so to be in and out. Basically, the vehicles are being told by our, they could be ticketed or whatever, being told, but junk vehicles are a different thing. They're standing there and they are becoming rat places for rodents and so forth like that. So I understand that part, but I think to me, there's a big difference between those two type of vehicles.
Your site is going to be the same thing. Whether you can drive one of those cars, its connotation as a wreck or junk. The site is going to the vision, the perception is the same thing.
I think we need to look at our ordinance, and I think that's
what I'm recommending we do, please.
I believe Ms. Hunter is doing that. We've been looking at all our ordinance. Our city attorney, every so often he give us our new ordinance that we've been looking at. And I'm so glad that we have looked at all our ordinance. We realized it was time for update anyhow. The county's been doing that as well with their ordinances. And I think we started doing ours too as well. I know our assistant city manager had been tasked at one particular time to start the process. So you're right, Commissioner Kaysen, that we need to get our ordinance in order. Commissioner Harris said the same thing. And we make sure that when we bring forth our ordinance, it kind of addresses what's happening today instead of all the things that was addressed, I think primarily in the, I want to say 60s, but it may have been the 80s when it was done.
And that's why I said we need to make sure that we are doing proper risk analysis of whatever we're putting in place, not just stopping at what's going on today, but what potentially could come about in the future. And so we need to do better risk analysis of our ordinances.
Well, we've got two real models there that it's, again, it's irony that they come before us the same time. One gets deferred and the other one is denied. You take the proper, what we're asking for Brailsford and you apply it over on Johnson Circle, I don't know. I don't understand all that I know is what I need to say, I guess, about everything. But I understand that some of it is about the owner too. And but that needs to be dealt with differently. The owner, Mr. Varga, needs to be brought in and identified as causing this businessman. Dependable Body Shop has been in Brunswick, Georgia since, I think, the 1950s, early 50s, and they're reputable. This is a close proximity to their business, so it makes sense. It's time saving for them to store cars there. But I think it's Mr. Varga that we have a problem with, and not Dependable Body Shop.
Well, I think Commissioner Kaysen as well. What you said as well received. However, I don't think we want a junkyard in the middle of our city either. I think junk cars and wreck cars are two different things, as I pointed out before. And this commission has to look at that. As Commissioner Harris said, we got to look at the future of what we want our city to look like as well.
I make myself clear, please. Site is site. I don't care whether it's wreck, it's junk, or what it is.
I think we would all be pressed to try to figure out, looking at a car on either of those lots. Is it
junk or is it a wreck?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you. Okay, all right, let's move right along. Thanks for the comment, commissioners. As we move right along, item number 4, updates, coastal incentive grant, stormwater runoff plan. Mr. Garrow Aberson, our city engineer and public works director, is presenting.
Good evening. We have recently received notice that we were awarded funding for a coastal incentive grant that we had submitted to Georgia DNR for a runoff reduction plan. So I wanted to give you a little bit of information on that so y'all know where we are as we're ready to enter this grant agreement and move forward with this project. As you know, the city of Brunswick is pretty much fully developed, and with that development brings a lot of impervious surfaces, rooftops, driveways, sidewalks, and whatnot. And these impervious surfaces typically drain directly to the river on one side or the marsh on the other side, depending on what side of town they're on. And that stormwater runoff carries sediment, pollutants, automotive fluids, other undesirable pollutants directly to the river and to our marshes. And the governor's office of planning and budgeting recently updated their population projections showing up to an 8.5% increase in this area's population over the next 10 years. That additional population is likely going to bring more impervious surface, therefore more runoff and more pollution. And then, as you know, we already have our list of stormwater needs is much longer than our list of stormwater funding. Because of that, when we do have stormwater funding become available, that typically goes to replacement and repair and upgrade of our existing system. It doesn't necessarily go to, we don't have funding to go to reducing that runoff as much. And that's what this program will do, or this grant will allow us to develop a program to try to reduce some of that runoff, or develop a plan to help us try to reduce that runoff through infiltration, evapotranspiration processes and that kind of thing, and reduce the demand on our existing system. You saw a couple of weeks ago what happens when our existing system is inundated. We have problems all over town. But if we can start to reduce that runoff, that will certainly help our system. This project will allow us to identify shovel-ready green infrastructure solutions and come up with a plan to position them for implementation. We already know our flood-prone areas around town. So we will go in and take a close look at those. Those will be our high priority areas as we start to develop this plan. And then in those areas, we'll identify potential projects and possible requirements maybe that we can include in our stormwater ordinance and other areas to require developers, landowners, and that kind of folks to also implement these programs. But coming out of this program, we will have several sites, plan to have at least 3 sites, site design on 3 sites, so that we can implement this runoff reduction program. And it'll be much easier down the road to require other land developers and landowners to implement these types of requirements if we're doing these things ourselves. This program will strictly be a design. There's no construction associated with this, this grant project here. The program will be, or the grant, we will partner with City of Brunswick, obviously, but UGA Marine Extension and an engineering consultant. To help develop these programs, we will go in and update our GIS program. We'll build on the GIS data that we collected during the stormwater utility grant program. We'll develop and build on that GIS data of impervious surface, our pipe network, our storm drainage network. And then, like I said, we'll coordinate with several of our city departments, planning department, our community development department, our neighborhoods department, so that we bring in the residents of these areas, of these flood prone areas, go in and develop a plan for the runoff reduction measures. We will produce that plan, and then we will hold a public meeting so that we can present those findings to y'all, to other citizens, other landowners, other communities who may be interested in following along with this similar type program. With the grant will not cost the city anything out of pocket. The money that we receive to the grant, we will go towards hiring an engineering consultant. our part of the match, our grant match, will be through salaries and in-kind matches. So there'll be no out-of-pocket funding necessary for this. So we plan to, we're ready to execute the grant agreement, and then this project will take, is scheduled for about a year's duration to fully produce this plan and hold the public meetings and that kind of thing. So that's about it. I should also note that I mentioned this was not, there's no construction involved in this. This is strictly a planning and design grant, but we did also receive notice this week that we've gotten approval on a 319 grant through EPD, which will provide construction funding so that we can take and we can start to implement these programs or these site designs that we come up with in this coastal incentive grant. We'll take those through the 319 grant and implement those. That'll be a construction related grant there, but that's going to be a couple months away getting everything executed with that grant program.
What's the amount of the grant?
This grant amount, I believe, is $45,000. Yes, 44 and change, just at $45,000. So.
Another grant for the construction?
I don't remember that number right off the top of my head, but once we get to the point of executing that agreement, I'll bring that back and we'll bring that back to you for discussion there. So,
How are these 3 sites chosen, and like what type of sites are they? Are they privately owned, or these neighborhood areas? Can you provide a little bit more information about that?
it will be chosen more or less by committee. Like I said, we'll have some information or have participation from Public Works Department, probably neighborhoods department, maybe John's planning department, and some neighborhood planning folks. We're going to look priority at the most flood prone areas in town, and then kind of work inside those areas. We may look at some city sites if there's any city-owned sites in these areas where we can implement that. Probably from an ownership perspective, those would be the easiest to implement. There may be some legal hurdles, I'm not sure, about trying to implement this and on a privately owned site.
So would LIDAR through GIS come into play a good bit in order to look at the topography and floodplain areas?
Certainly, GIS will be very important in developing this plan. We've got all the data that we compiled back when we were doing the stormwater utility feasibility study with all the impervious surface data in town, all of that mapping, the mapping of our existing stormwater network. So we can take all that, combine that with the LIDAR data, areas that we know are already flood prone and some elevation data there and runoff data there. And combine all that to look at which areas we want to try to work with.
And then do you have a sneak peek as to, that 319 grant, what incentives might be offered or assistance that might be available to developers or property owners if they, say, yeah, I'm in, let's take a look at what might be available in order to move forward with this type of, low impact green infrastructure development.
Right. I think there will be some incentives there for some property owners. I'm not sure exactly how those incentives may play out and the details of that. I know we're looking at a couple of projects downtown that may be suitable for that. One is parking lot adjacent to the fire station bay that we just built. Between the fire station and that existing building, maybe doing something there where the water can infiltrate on that parking lot rather than run off. across the street from there, you know, the Methodist Church has a project going on to replace a lot of their impervious surface in that parking lot in that block. So I definitely think there'll be some incentives there. We don't know the details of those yet and how those may play out. That kind of answer your question?
Yeah, it's just a hard or challenging to sort of wrap my little brain around the purpose. I mean, I understand green infrastructure and the low impact and stormwater runoff, but just coming up with sites that the city really doesn't have any control over necessarily, and some of these might be private property owners. I don't know. It's a different animal. So this is something new. Nothing wrong with that.
I got a question. How does the College Park engineering plan fit with all this? I know we did that. It's been over a year. Well, it's been some years since we figured out what we're gonna do with the flooding coming through College Park.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that fit with, here's another example of stormwater runoff, right, again, with flooding. So how did that fit in with that?
Yeah, there is obviously a good bit of impervious surface in College Park, where it be driveways and that kind of thing. So there may be some runoff reduction recommendations that come out of this plan directed towards residential sites and that kind of thing that we can try to implement as people build houses or develop sites and develop those kind of properties.
Well, we still haven't implemented anything in College Park yet, have we? We got a plan, we got an engineering study, but we haven't done anything yet, have we?
We have not built anything in College Park yet, no, sir.
So they're still under the gun of flooding right now.
Right.
Okay. Also, this commissioner of talk radio, this guy named Scott Reifman, keeps saying that we have a stormwater, our runoff to the marshes, our pipes or whatever are clogged up and whatever, and that he keeps saying that he knows where they're at because someone has took him around to where they're at, and I wonder how come he never contact you to show you where they're at? You know, he keeps saying that he knows where they're at, but evidently, I guess we don't know where they're at.
If he knows some location where pipes are clogged, I'd like to ride with him and see where those are.
Okay, I'm gonna make that happen to make sure so we can.
We'll get them opened up.
So he keeps saying that's the reason why we're flooding, and they're made out of paper and whatever. So I want to have you take a look at what he's saying.
Yeah, I'd like to see those locations if he knows of them.
Okay, we will make that happen then.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have another question. I'm certainly would be in favor of this. Is this the first time that the Coastal Incentive Grant has offered this type of a grant? And if not, or what have other communities done that might have been awarded the same grant?
I know as far as the city goes, our stormwater utility feasibility study was funded through a coastal incentive grant. So that was through this type of grant. I know that the city of Hinesville has used a coastal incentive grant to develop a runoff reduction program of this type. I don't know all the details of their program, but I know they use the grant to develop a similar program along a similar path as this.
Okay, Commissioner, further questions? If not, we're going to move on.
Thank you for the update. This
was an update by our city engineer and our public works director. Appreciate the update, Ms. Guerrero. Thank you so very much.
Yes, sir.
All right. We had item number 5, consider for approval. Consider approval of September 16, 2020 regular scheduled meeting minutes. We've had this in our book. So Take a second to peruse, and I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion second to approve of our minutes. Any further questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same sign, same right. Here's the ayes have it. So thank you, commissioners. Item number 6, consider approval of financial reports as of August 31st, 2020. Kathy Mills, our finance director, will be presenting.
Okay, you have before you the August financial statements, at which point we are at 2 months during the fiscal year. I'm going to be very quick. You will see we have expenditures over revenues for the month of August and also year to date. The total is $609,000, which is not unusual at this time of the year due to the fact that revenues are very slow at coming in and our expenditures continue as normal. We will see that start to turn around as soon as money starts coming in for tax collections in the next month. The cash balance is at $3.7 million, and there is also another $300,000 that we restricted for the sale of the Perry Park property. You'll see that lost year to date is up actually 0.70%, and title ad valorem is down 28.61%, but we will see that number get more towards normal as we go into these succeeding months of the change in the title ad valorem tax distributions. The second page I want to talk to you for a second about is the SPLOST 6. And I sort of changed the way I was showing that to give you a little clearer picture, maybe as we're getting to the end of SPLOST 6. I have a column. The first column shows all the expenses we paid out for various projects up through August 31st. As some of those projects were things that we got money from Glenn County, from the JWSC, from DOT, from a trail grant, and we also had transferred some money over from the general fund to pay for some of the expenses that were over. We were required by governmental accounting standards principles and the DCA to show any money we pay out on a SPLOST project has to show the entire amount, whether it's being funded totally by SPLOST or not. And so the second column, the first column is everything we spent, because in many cases we got money back from JWSC or the Glenn County. We paid the bill, they reimbursed us for it. Normally we waited until we got their reimbursement before we paid the bill, but in any case, the money came out of we wrote the check. That second column shows the total amount we received from those partners. And so that third column shows just the amount that the city spent on SPLOST projects that correlates with what our budget was for what we had originally set for SPLOST. And so then that last column shows the difference, whether there's a remainder or an overage at this point. And I sort of gave you a legend down at the bottom to show where the numbers in that second column came from. If it was money that we got from JWSC because of joint projects or DOT or Glenn County. I think one of the major ones, we did transfer money over from the general fund at the very beginning because we decided to buy 2 fire engines instead of 1, which is what we had originally determined we were going to buy. So we paid for that additional fire engine or the shortage there out of the general fund. So we had to transfer that money over to SPLOST to pay that. And then I've also given you a little legend on the left-hand side. We do have cash on hand of a little over $7 million as of August 31st. And at that point, we had collected $446,000 more in SPLOST distributions than we had anticipated when SPLOST was first passed. You'll see in that original budget amount in the next to the last column, we had anticipated we would collect $13,832,000 some odd dollars on the total SPLOST 6. And at this point, we've already collected $446,000 more than what we had anticipated. And we will have a little more because we will still have 2 more months to come in. Our last payment will be basically in October, which will be covering September sales, which is when the SPLOST ran through. It ran through September 30th. And so I tried to show a little thing there. I've got overage and collections. Like I said, that's what we have collected over what we had budgeted that SPLOST was going to bring in. We also got some money back at the very beginning, a little bit for an overage in, in the DCA aviation fuel tax. That was a one-time thing. And then we have earned interest as of August 31st of $216,000. So that's just a little rundown there. I just wanted to tell you briefly what I was showing you. I think it gives you a little more information. And since we're nearing the end, I thought that might be helpful. If you have any questions on it, certainly you can ask me now, but if you look at it later and have some more questions, then, feel free to give me a call or send me an email, and I'll be glad to go over it in a little more detail, because I know it's a rather...
Kathy, I like it.
Yes,
Could we get some lines drawn there from
I can do that, or I can shade it every other line or something. I can do that.
I drew
Okay.
it this time, but that's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. But what I'll do is shade every other line. I think that's even easier than a line going across.
I'm working
So
with
I'll do that.
I'm working
Okay.
with Thank you.
Okay, I can do that for you. Okay, the next page, we have SPLOST 5. You'll see we have a balance as of August 31st of $1.3 million. We did pay out a bill for $107,000 for the last payment to Gunn, Meyerhoff, and Shea. $53,500 of that was billed to Glenn County for their half. And we did receive that $53,500 in September, but as of August 31st, it was outstanding. We paid the bill in August, but we did not receive that money from them until September the 9th. Norwich Street Commons, no changes other than a little bit of interest revenue. And you'll see we have a total cash balance on hand of $335,000 roughly. The Roosevelt Harris Multipurpose Center, grant income $37,000. We have a transfer over from the general fund of $10,000. And then we have revenue contributions and some program income. We have a net inflows over outflows of $3,600 roughly. Cash balance at August 31st is $2,700. The next page is sanitation, and you'll see year to date we have revenue of $93,000, expenditures of $145,000. So that shows a loss for these first 2 months of approximately $52,000. But once again, that is to be expected. We will collect all of our or most all of our sanitation fees in the next 2 or 3 months as we get that billing that's charged on the property tax bill. So that will flip-flop the other way. But you'll see we also have a cash balance on hand of $357,000. So we have the money to pay, what's going to be coming up in the next couple of months until we start having an inflow of cash again. There's the sanitation bills, which run about $122,000 a month to Republic. And then you'll see we have the same thing basically in the stormwater fund. We're showing a total outflows over inflows of $42,000. But if you'll note, we had a cash balance at August 31st of $212,000. So once again, we will start to see those revenues come in. We have very little that we take in the month of August and September, and even October. The majority of that money will roll in later, but we know that's going to happen, and that's why we have cash there to handle those things. The only other additional expenditures in the month of August, we did have a little bit we paid to Glenn County for some traffic control expenses. I think that was for a light switch or something, something like that. Last page is the Roosevelt Lawrence Center, and total expenditures for the month's approximately $6,500. And obviously the majority of that is paid on salaries and wages and benefits. So that's sort of quick, but I know time is of the essence. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions from Ms. Mills? No questions, Commissioner? pleasure.
Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept the finance report as presented.
Second.
Motion second to accept the finance report as presented. Further questions, comments?
I do have one comment. I would like to know funds that we have left that we Splash 5 projects. Is there any way that we can reallocate those funds, or do they have to be done through a referendum, or how would that need to be done? I guess that's to our city attorney.
Yeah, that's more of his question. I was under the impression that we had to have a referendum to reallocate it, but Brian, I don't.
You're correct. It would need to be, I think the only remaining project there would be the conference center, and that would need to be visible, and then it would need to be a ballot question as to how the funds would be distributed.
I think it's a little too late for this ballot coming up. You think so?
Yeah.
That's correct.
So
Yeah.
it'd
But
be,
we have city elections in 2021.
well, I know they got a primary election coming
I
up.
know we would.
They got a primary election coming up next year. The
Yes.
county does, so.
Yes, but it would require a referendum. That is correct.
Okay. Just something that we might need to think about as a commission. I just thought I'd put that out there.
Very good. Okay, it's been probably motion second for our approval of our finance report. No further questions. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed have the same right. It appears that the ayes have it. That motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. Okay, we're down to item number 7, approval of resolution number 2020-18, authorizing the filing of an application with the State Road and Toll Authority for Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank, GTIB, loan for funding for phase 2 and 3 of the Magnolia Park Infrastructure Improvement Project. Mr. Iverson, our city engineer and public works director, is here again presenting.
Yes, sir. A couple of meetings ago, when we brought to you the approve or contract for phase 1 of Magnolia Park, you approved that, but then asked us to identify funding for the phases 2 and 3. Ms. McDuffie has identified a low interest loan through the Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank, and to help with the funding for those 2 phases. What we're asking for tonight is approval for a resolution to file that application. The application or the loan application would be for $1.5 million. The estimated cost of total cost of phases 2 and 3 is $2.25 million. We'd be asking for a loan for $1.5 million. We were pay the remaining $750,000 from the SPLOST overages and MIG funds out of our account. So basically that 1.5 million, if you include all 3 phases of College Park, we'd be asking for the loan to fund 35% of the total project. We'd pay the remaining 65% out of pocket. Obviously we would have to repay the loan, of course, and I'll let Ms. McDuffie speak to the repayment terms and the times and the rates and that kind of thing for the loan. I will note that this was discussed at the most recent Finance Committee meeting last week, and so they are aware of this application and the interest in going forward there. So I'll let Ms. McDuffie add anything that she wants to add.
Thank you. Yes, the terms of the loan can be a 5-year, 10-year, 15, or 20-year. And of course, I think in looking at the terms of the loan, and I can share my screen, I asked, the interest rates are very low. For a 5-year loan, they're at 0.21%. So for 60 months, it would be approximately $301,000 per year for 5 years, with the interest over that time of $8,020. For a 10-year, the interest rate is 0.04%, and it would be $153,000, roughly $154,000 a year over a 10-year period, with the total interest of $39,662, and that is much higher than the 5-year. I did ask if there was an early payoff penalty, which they told me that the penalty would be a 1% of whatever the outstanding balance. So basically, if we paid it off early, that penalty wouldn't be more than $15,000. What my recommendation is to go into the loan for a 10-year period with the anticipation of paying it off, either if the city gets some funding that we feel like we can use for that, or if we put it in the next SPLOST for debt repayment. The loan application period ends this month, and the award for the loan would be, they would be announcing that in January of next year.
So that's when the funds would be available, would be January of next year, or slightly after that?
Slightly after that, because we would have to enter into an agreement with the loan and go through processing. But of course, it'll be well before the period for us to start on the second or third phase of this project.
And Mr. Albertson mentioned something about SPLOST overage. Could be
Yes.
applied. Can you, is that 445,000?
Well,
or?
we're anticipating that to be about 1.4 million. Of that, 446 was only for 1 month, and we have a couple of more months of funding for that. And I think Kathy had given me an estimate on that, and it's going to be about 1.4 million overage. So we're requesting to use about $600,000 of that. The remaining balance of that 750 would be taken out of the LMIG funds for either this year or next year.
Okay. I applaud you for coming up with this opportunity for financing. That's great. I don't know that this has come before us, and we've all been sitting commissioners for a number of years now. So thank you for bringing this to the table.
Yeah, I have worked with the Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank before. Actually, I got a grant from them the last time of $1.5 million. But since we were time-wise, the loan process would serve us better. And it is low, very low interest.
Any other questions, commissioners, comments?
I'll just comment that we on the finance committee did look at this opportunity and looked at it very closely. Feel that it's a great opportunity to move the project forward and keep it moving smoothly so that we can get it done. I think that we'll be able to pay back this loan and pay it off relatively quickly with the funding that we anticipate coming in.
Great. I also think too that it's great. Thank you to the Finance Committee for entertaining this. And also, I think it was mentioned that if we have another SPLOST, we'll be able to probably to pay this loan off quicker as we move forward. I think the city of Brunswick is really coming around now, and we've been financially stable and doing some of the things that we can do. Realizing we're taking small risks, but they are calculated risks, and we're able to sustain some of the things we're doing. It really feels good to be able to project a number of things, especially for our citizens in the city. Magnolia Park, we wanted to make sure that we completed that project instead of just doing part of it and then waiting. We want to make sure we got enough funding to complete the whole project. Realizing that we don't need to shortchange our citizens like that. So, any other comments before I ask for a motion, commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion that we approve the application for the Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank loan for funding for phase 2 and 3 of Magnolia Park Road and Drainage Improvement Project with a loan amount of $1.5 million.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and second for the approval of resolution 20-18, funding for phase 2 and 3 of the Magnolia Park Infrastructure Improvement Project to the tune of $1.5 million. Any further comments or questions?
Do I need to stipulate that it be over a 10-year term?
I think, well, yes, I guess you could. For 10.
I'll amend my motion to include it as a 10-year term loan.
Motion second for that too.
Second.
All right, thank you. So we're here. Any further comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed have the same right. No opposed. It appears the ayes have it. So that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Appleton. Thank you, City Manager, Ms. McDuffie. Okay, item number 8, consider approval of the payment plan conducted by the University of Georgia Carl Vinson Institute of Government. Ms. McDuffie, you are presenting.
Yes, I have Alex Damon, who is the representative from the Carl Vinson Institute, who is going to do a presentation for the pay study that was done. I do have to make a slight correction on the information that you all were given. The total cost went up slightly to $633,994 annually for the pay plan, and that would be a investment this year of $435,000, which we, if it's approved, we would like to implement the plan as of November 1st. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize is that we did look at our funding going forward, because anytime you add to salaries, of course, this would be a recurring cost in our budget. And we are looking at supporting this through our sales tax revenue, which fortunately we budgeted on a basis of low sales tax for this fiscal year because of the COVID and what we thought the impact would be. But we have not seen a substantial drop in our sales tax and feel like we're going to have ample amount of funding, not only this year, but going forward to support the funding for our pay study for the future. So with that, I will let Alex do his presentation. Alex, you might have to
unmute button.
Okay, yeah.
Mayor Harvey, commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present information about the classification and compensation study that we conducted for the city of Brunswick. Tonight I have a PowerPoint that will review some of the key aspects associated with our study as well as the findings. But before I discuss the study itself, I briefly want to introduce both my organization and myself to everyone who's participating in this evening's meeting. So to begin with, I'm with the University of Georgia's Carl Vinson Institute of Government. As you all may know, UGA is a land grant institution, so one of our missions is to bring the knowledge and resources of UGA out to the citizens of the state of Georgia. So we do that in a variety of capacities at the Institute of Government via technical assistance or management consulting services. Our study for the city of Brunswick fell under this category. Furthermore, we have international programs as well as training and development services, which permit both elected officials and public sector employees here in the state of Georgia to partner with us and enhance their knowledge and skills in a particular field. And then finally, being a unit of a higher education institution, student outreach is quite important to us. So we have a high volume of both undergraduate and graduate student workers who are on projects and services. So that's a little bit about my organization in case anybody in tonight's meeting was unfamiliar with us. Next, I want to briefly introduce myself. My name's Alex Damon. I serve as a public service faculty member at the Institute of Government, and I also directed the classification and compensation study for the city of Brunswick. I've been with the Institute of Government around 13 years now, and in my capacity at the Institute of Government, I work within our Human Resource Management Unit where I direct our HR consulting projects in the field of compensation. So to date, I've directed around 90 of these types of studies throughout the state of Georgia for a variety of public sector organizations, ranging from municipal governments to county governments to higher education institutions to state agencies. So I appreciate the opportunity to partner with the city of Brunswick on this critical management initiative. Now that I've had an opportunity to introduce both my organization and myself to y'all, I briefly want to review what were the objectives of our study. So as per our work agreement with the city of Brunswick, there were 6 key objectives. The first was for all identified positions within the city of Brunswick. We developed a brand new job description associated with that position. The second objective of our study was the creation of a new classification system. And we used 2 different techniques to create that classification system. The first was a point factor methodology, whereas the second was a market-based pricing technique. But more or less what a classification system is, it just simply refers to how an organization such as yours groups together and organizes all its unique positions for pay purposes. And typically the underlying goal of a classification system is to promote a concept called internal equity, meaning jobs that have similar characteristics in terms of knowledge and skill requirements or supervisory and management responsibility, or similar characteristics in the external marketplace via salary survey analysis should be at similar pay grades or pay rates internally within your city government. The third objective of our study was to collect and analyze a variety of wage and salary survey data so we could see what are other organizations paying their employees to do like jobs and or occupations. And that allowed us to achieve our fourth objective for the purposes of developing a new compensation plan or strategy for the city government forward. And then additionally, in our fifth objective, we analyzed existing pay rates as well as predicted pay rates based on where employee salaries would be if you implemented the class compensation plan that we designed for y'all, and identified if there were any pay compression issues within the city government, and then develop some strategies for y'all's consideration to address those pay compression issues. And then finally, in our sixth objective, if y'all decide to move forward and adopt the classification and compensation plan that we're presenting to y'all tonight, we would continue to remain engaged as a partner and work with your administrative and HR staff on providing them with the requisite training and advice to successfully implement and maintain the developed classification and compensation plan. So I hope that gave you a good understanding of what were the objectives of our study. Next, I briefly wanted to review what steps did we take to achieve those objectives. So the first step was to conduct a series of project orientation sessions with your administrative staff, supervisors, as well as select non-supervisory employees. At those orientation sessions, we explained what we were doing and what we weren't doing. And most importantly, we distributed a detailed position description questionnaire to city employees. And that questionnaire captured a variety of job activity data from employees about their roles within the city government. So what are the major duties of their job? Who are they reporting to? How is their work assigned and reviewed? What are the knowledge and skill requirements for their position? Who do they supervise? What are their working conditions, their job, etc. Once those questionnaires were completed and returned back to us at UGA, myself and the other project team members reviewed the contents of them. And then subsequently, we came on site or conducted a video conference / telephone job analysis with supervisors and non-supervisory employees to review their submitted data, as well as to gain additional insight into their positions. After all those activities associated with collecting information about the unique positions within your city government, we reviewed and evaluated each position in the city government for the purpose of creating that classification system that I described during the project objective slide. So once we had everything documented and organized internally, the latter steps of our project focused on that external perspective, where we went out and collected a variety of salary survey data from 3 primary sources: a custom online web-based survey that was distributed to other public sector organizations within coastal Georgia, data that we pulled that was reported by local governments to the state of Georgia's Department of Community Affairs, local government wage and salary survey, as well as data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And this analyzed data is what allowed us to develop the competitive compensation plan that we're going to present to you all tonight, as long as with an implementation strategy on how to adopt it. So now I want to go into a little more detail on each item that we developed as a result of this study. So first, to begin with, on the classification plan, as I mentioned, is how you'll simply group together and organize positions within your city government for pay purposes. So to begin with, as a result of our study, we identified 79 unique positions within the city government. Most of those identified positions were evaluated by using a point factor methodology, which is just a fancy way of saying we uniformly rated those positions on fixed criteria. So for example, does it possess supervisory and management responsibility? What are the knowledge and skill requirements of that job? Is it a high school diploma? Is it a bachelor's degree? Does it require professional training, licensure, etc.? So once you rate a job on each one of those qualities or criterias, that allows you to assign that position to a salary grade within the overall classification scheme. Whereas the other approach that we utilize for certain positions within the city government was a market-based pricing technique. And how market-based pricing work is you're collecting external salary survey data and seeing what are other organizations paying for that position, and then organizing those jobs internally based on that external market data. So the reason you take an approach like that, and it was primarily done with administrative positions, if you were uniformly rating all your department director positions, most of them would rate at a similar level. However, when you go out and collect external market data, those positions are going to be at very different price points based on what the external market says. So that was the classification scheme that we developed for y'all's consideration. Now I want to talk about how we went about creating your compensation plan. First, by reviewing the different salary survey sources for y'all's study. So as I mentioned at the outset, the first salary survey source was a custom online salary survey that we designed and administered ourselves at the Institute of Government. And for this, we collected data directly from 6 comparable public sector organizations within coastal Georgia to see how they were compensating their employees for 25 benchmark positions that we included in that survey. Additionally, we collected data on organizational compensation practices, as well as what approaches they were taking from an HR perspective to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic/crisis. And just a quick reminder of what I mean when I'm discussing a benchmark position in a salary survey. That's a standard job that exists within most public sector organizations that we know exist in other organizations that has stable features. So what it's doing in the city of Brunswick is more or less what it's going to be doing in the city of Kingsland, and it has similar knowledge and skill requirements within that organization. So the 6 organizations that responded to our custom online salary survey were City of Richmond Hill, City of Kingsland, City of St. Mary's, Camden County, College of Coastal Georgia, as well as Liberty County. And you can see for those organizations that responded on our custom online survey that we collected some organizational compensation practices as well as organizational data from them that you can see on the screen. The other source of salary survey data that allowed us to benchmark y'all against surrounding local governments was the State of Georgia's Department of Community Affairs Local Government Wage and Salary Survey. And on an annual basis, the State of Georgia's DCA conducts a salary survey of both municipal and county governments throughout the state of Georgia. So this allowed us to verify as well as supplement data that we collected from our custom survey. So similarly, we took a look at data for 25 unique benchmark positions. And then additionally, since when we pulled the data from the DCA survey, since it was reported in January of 2020, we slightly aged that data just to predict where wages and salaries were at now when we're in fall of 2020. So that aging percentage that you'll see was at about 0.6 or 0.7%. And that aging percentage was a number that we pulled from the Bureau of Labor Statistics Employment Cost Index, which measures the changes in wages and salaries for state and local government workers. So the communities that we pulled data from the DCA survey, you'll see as a slightly different population group than the custom online survey. So not all these organizations that we asked to fill out our custom survey filled it out. So therefore, that's why we have to go to DCA to pull the data that they reported for those benchmark positions. So the 7 organizations that were included in this DCA analysis were Bryan County, Camden County, Glenn County, Liberty County, City of Kingsland, and City of Richmond Hill. And then for an administrative salary survey, as I mentioned, when we're discussing creating a market-based pricing technique or custom salary ranges for your administrative positions, we also pulled data from the state of Georgia's Department of Community Affairs, where we wanted to take a look statewide in population group C, which are municipal governments that have a population between 10,000 and 24,999. And the rationale for doing this is typically when you're going out to recruit for your administrative positions, so department directors, assistant city manager, et cetera, oftentimes you're looking statewide to recruit individuals for those positions. So we wanted to have that statewide labor market perspective for similar sized municipal governments. So this way we could see what are those pay rates for those different administrative positions. And then similarly, since this data was all reported by DCA in January of 2020, we did that same aging factor that we did for those other benchmark positions that were included on the salary survey from DCA. And then the final source of salary survey data for our study was the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics is the principal fact-finding agency for the United States federal government. So on a biannual basis, they're pulling compensation and employment data from specific metropolitan and non-metropolitan areas within the state of Georgia. And they're collecting data from all industry sectors within those metropolitan and non-metropolitan areas. So all levels of the public sector, federal, state, and local, as well as private employers and the nonprofit sector. That's helpful when we're doing a study of this nature of government, because as you all know, there are a number of positions within municipal government that do have overlap with other industry sectors, whether it's an equipment operator, IT staff, accounting staff, et cetera. So what we did is we took a look at the data from BLS for the Brunswick, Georgia metropolitan area, which they define as Brantley County, Glenn County, and McIntosh County. So we could see what were the employment rates and pay rates for 14 different benchmark positions. So that salary survey data that we collected allowed us to develop the proposed pay table that we're looking at now. And as I mentioned, most positions within the city government would be assigned to this pay table starting at grade 7 at the lowest rate, which is $24,035, all the way up to the highest pay grade, which is grade 23 at a starting rate of $62,995. As I mentioned, we did develop some separate rates that would be associated with your administrative or department director positions, but most positions in the city government would be assigned to this pay table, and their position would have a grade that's associated with a salary range on this pay table. So in terms of some of the key characteristics associated with this pay table that we created is, first, where is this pay table relative to the other organizations that we benchmark deal against? So those other local governments that we examined via the DCA survey and our custom online survey, and then that one higher education institution, College of Coastal Georgia, that puts you all at approximately that aged average entry rate. So relative to them, your starting rates on this pay table will be at approximately the average of the relevant labor market that we compared y'all to. So that's a matching pay level policy, meaning you're going to be in the middle of the market. Approximately half those organizations would be ahead of you in terms of pay rates for certain positions. Half of them would be. So it's the most common pay level approach most governments decide to adopt, is ensuring that your pay rates are about what other organizations are paying. Furthermore, in terms of how the pay table we developed is designed, it uses a pay band approach, which means it has a minimum salary to a maximum salary with a range spread of 30%. So an employee, if they're hired into their position and remain in that position throughout the course of their career with the city of Brunswick, has an opportunity potentially for 30% wage growth from start to finish. And then finally, in terms of the number of grades, as I previously mentioned, most positions will be assigned to one of 17 grades, 7 through 23. The reason it says +1 here is for those positions that we pulled out using that market-based pricing techniques, those administrative positions, they wouldn't have a pay grade assigned to them. They would just have those pay ranges that are based on that DCA data for municipal governments, population group C, 10,000 through 24,999. So that's a little bit about the pay table we developed for y'all. So next, what I want to walk through with y'all is how should the city government successfully implement the classification and compensation plan that we developed for y'all? So we developed a 4-step implementation strategy for y'all's consideration. So the first step is related to historical pay practices within the city government, which involve providing that cost of living adjustment to your workforce. The second step of the strategy is after providing that cost of living adjustment, you would adopt those classifications and market rates or the pay table that we just discussed, meaning that all employees would be assigned a job title, the salary grade for their job title, and if their current annual salary falls below the recommended minimum for their pay grade, they would be brought up to that new entry rate for their pay range. The third implementation strategy is to address pay compression issues, and we'll talk about later on in a subsequent slide what pay compression is and how we propose to address that within the city government. And then the fourth implementation strategy is to develop a framework moving forward so the city government can successfully maintain this system. So now I'm going to go into a little more detail on each one of those strategies and provide an example on how each strategy would work with a employee that we just pulled out from the payroll data without their name exposed. So as I mentioned, the first step of the implementation strategy is providing that cost of living adjustment that the city government has historically been providing to its workforce. So that's a 3% base salary cost of living adjustment to all employees within the city government. And simply what a cost of living adjustment is, it's an increase to wages and salaries that's designed to ensure that your employees' wages and salaries are keeping up to date with the cost of living. So in this hypothetical example here, we have this police officer. He's been with the city of 100 years. He or she's currently making a little over $37,000. After the 3% COLA, their new base salary would be $38,208, or a net dollar adjustment of around $11. The next step in the implementation strategy is adopting those classifications and market rates. So as I mentioned when I was walking through the overall implementation strategy with y'all, the classifications refer to those job titles or classes that we identified at the beginning, a total of 79. And then the market rates or the pay table are the salary ranges that would be linked to the 5 classifications. And we talked about how we created those salary ranges via that salary survey process. So in order to enact this strategy, as I mentioned previously, any employee whose current annual salary after the 3% COLA is below the recommended minimum for their position would be brought up to that new entry rate. So this action would ensure that you can adopt all the classifications, pay grades, and the developed pay tables. So everyone would be at least at the initial rate associated with their position moving forward. So for some employees who after receiving their COLA are already at or above the entry rate for their position, they wouldn't receive any adjustment at this stage since they're already falling within their proposed pay range. So to walk through how this step of the implementation strategy would work is we're going to return to our police officer whose salary is at $38,208 after that 3% cost of living adjustment. We're recommending a grade 15 for a police officer. And if we go back to the pay table, we can see grade 15 here. And we can see the entry rate on grade 15 is $39,381. So their current salary after the 3% COLA is below that entry rate. So they would be brought up to that new entry rate of $39,381 in this second step of the implementation strategy for an additional adjustment of around $1,200 or 3% above their COLA annual salary. And then the third step of the implementation strategy is addressing pay compression issues. So pay compression simply refers to when employee salaries are grouped closely together regardless of their length or quality of service to the organization. And this is a common occurrence with organizations. So what we're recommending is to adjust employee salaries into their pay range based on their length of service with the city of government. So for every year of service, recommended was an employee should be at least 0.75% beyond the minimum for their pay range. So this way we can spread employees out through the pay range, so you can have separation between your more tenured or longer serving employees and your less tenured employees, and then your future hires. So what we did was an analysis is after that previous step, we took a look at where an employee's salary was. So if it was falling below that predicted salary of 0.75% for every year of service, then we brought them up to that. However, at or above where we predicted they should be based on that formula, we left their salary as is, and they weren't eligible for that compression adjustment. So to help visualize how this compression adjustment works is, we'll return back to this police officer example. So this police officer has been serving in the city of Brunswick for 1.25 years. After that previous step, they're only brought up to that entry rate, $39,381. So this is potentially problematic because we're having a number of police officers within your police department who are now at this entry rate of $39,381. However, they may have varying lengths of service with the city government. Additionally, since you do have vacancies within your police department for a police officer position, y'all could go out and hire somebody if you adopt this plan at that new rate of $39,381. He or she would be making the exact same amount of money as somebody who's been with the city government already, either a few years or significant amount of time. So in this scenario here, this police officer with that 1.25 years of service would get 0.75% for each one of those years of service, or an additional $369 or 0.94% beyond their base. So this way, there's a little bit of separation between the entry rate and now this officer who's been with the city 1.25 years. So there's not that issue if you go out and hire and fill that vacant police officer position, that new hire making the same amount as a current employee who has 1.25 years of service. And then next, the fourth step of the implementation strategy is class and comp plan maintenance. So typically what we recommend to our client organizations is provide a cost of living adjustment. And that cost of living adjustment is going to serve two purposes. First, as we mentioned at the outset in that first step, it's going to allow your employees' wages and salaries to keep pace with a cost of living. Additionally, we recommend to use that cost of living adjustment to update uniformly all the wages and salaries associated with your adopted pay ranges. So this way, your is going to keep up to date with that change in cost of living. So that way you don't adopt a pay strategy and then your competitiveness erodes on your pay table if you don't keep up those ranges. And typically we recommend to take a look at an indice published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, either the Consumer Price Index or an Employment Cost Index, to gauge either on the Consumer Price Index, what is the change in the costs of goods and services, or on Employment Cost Index, which I use more frequently, which measures what are the changes in wages and salaries for state and local government workers. And then additionally, for the developed pay ranges from minimum to maximum, we recommend that as a city government, you adopt personnel policies and procedures or strategies for how you want to reward your workforce moving forward via in-range adjustments. So meaning, do you want to adjust employee salaries based on completion of service time milestones? Do you want to base it on performance? Or do you want to reward employees who have knowledge and skill acquisition that's job related, whether it's completion of job related trainings or certification or formal educational attainment? And these in-range adjustments would help avoid those future pay compression issues where you're having your existing workforce as salaries start grouping together, or new hires coming in at similar or potentially higher rates than your existing workforce. And then finally, we always recommend to do a comprehensive review of your compensation administration guidelines moving forward so it can be properly aligned with your adopted classification and compensation plan. So that's the overall strategy that we recommend the city government adopt as it pertains to the classification and compensation plan that we developed for y'all. So obviously there are costs that are associated with that strategy. So as Regina mentioned at the outset, the overall implementation costs we estimate currently are $633,995. And keep in mind that overall cost figure, that's not including those additional costs that the city government will incur when you increase wages and salaries. So retirement benefits, payroll tax expenditures, worker comp, so those types of fringes to base wage and salary adjustments. So how did we come up with that total? Well, a look at these three different cost categories associated with that implementation strategy. First, we estimate that that 3% cost of living adjustment for your full-time workforce would cost at around $197,907, about $198,000, excuse me. And then the classification and compensation plan costs, so meaning moving your workforce to new job titles, pay grades, and develop pay tables, we estimate that would be approximately around $184,000. And then those compression adjustment costs to move employees into the range based on that formula and strategy that I described, we estimate would be an additional $252,000 approximately. So that's how we arrived at that $633,995 cost figure. And as a reminder, that's exclusive of those fringe benefits. So next, just some fast facts on how this strategy would potentially impact your workforce, or some individual dollar amounts so you can have some better visualization or better context in terms of how your workforce would be impacted. So prior to the adoption potentially of this classification and compensation plan, we identified currently a total of 164 full-time employees. The average base salary for a City of Brunswick employee is currently $39,392. We identified y'all have currently 18 employees who are making less than $25,000 a year, or a little over $12 an hour. Currently, your lowest paid full-time employee in the city government is making $18,489 per year. So that cost of living adjustment across the city government, average full-time employee, that would net them around $1,200. And for the classification and the classification changes and the adoption of the pay tables and market rates, we identified 78 full-time employees would be eligible for that, meaning their COLA salary falls below that entry rate for their position. And the average classification change and market rate adjustment for a full-time employee is $1,122. As with the compression adjustment, we identified currently 124 employees being eligible as it's currently designed. And that, as a reminder, is moving employees into the range based on their length of service. And we estimate that adjustment would be about $1,537 per employees. So at the end of implementation, if the city government decided to adopt those first three strategies I mentioned, COLA, classification changes in market rates, and the compression adjustment, the average pay for a city government employee would be $44,026. And then as those employees we identified making less than $25,000 per year, you'd only have 5 of those left, and they would only be slightly under that $25,000 a year threshold, or that $12.02 per hour. And your new lowest paid employee would be $24,050. And then just some fast facts continued. There are some employees, as you can imagine, who would have a significant wage and salary adjustment, meaning their overall adjustment, inclusive of that COLA, classification change, and adoption of market rates and the compression adjustment. The 70 full-time employees would have an adjustment above 10%. So the 3 departments that would have the highest volume of employees with an adjustment above 10%, primarily within your engineering and public works department. 33 full-time employees would have an adjustment of 10%, whose current salaries are around $29,420. 17 would be in your fire department, and their current salaries for those 17 would be around $36,099. And then 10 full-time employees in your PD department would have an adjustment in excess of 10%. And those 10 employees are currently making around $48,093. So as you can see, 10% is a lot from percentage term, but especially when you're looking at public works, where you have a high volume of employees who are making less than $30,000 a year, getting those employees up to that new threshold, at least at $24,000, is going to result in a significant number of employees having at least over a 10% adjustment. So finally, to wrap up, our study primarily focused on base wage and salary component of total compensation. The So we didn't do a total compensation analysis, which includes those other forms of compensation that the city government provides to its workforce. And that's typically provided via your benefits package, whether that's insurance, retirement, paid leave, miscellaneous allowances, et cetera. So a lot of times, if you do make adjustments to base wages and salaries, it's very prudent to examine the levels that you're providing those other forms of compensation to your workforce. So that concludes my presentation to you all tonight. So I once again want to thank the City of Brunswick for partnering with us on this important initiative. And I want to thank Mayor Harvey and the commissioners in attendance tonight for the opportunity to share the results and recommendations associated with our study. So at this time, I'll be happy to take any questions, but before I do so, I just wanted to check in to see if Regina had any last comments.
Yes, what I would like to just tell the commissioners is that the study implementation, the only major changes that were, I guess, made was the 3% COLA, which was something that, you know, would have been probably given anyway this year for our employees. So we wanted to make sure that we would give that, at least everyone would get the 3%. The other thing, the only other change was just having the department heads on a different rating than the employees, which I think is a more important, the way that it was done with the looking at some statewide salaries as well as the local salaries that Alex and them had evaluated. The only other thing is also that this will address the recruitment and retention for the police, fire, and public works, who all were having issues with retaining employees and recruiting employees because of the salaries and wages, and other departments as well. But those were the three main ones that we, you know, really needed to help in this regard.
Questions, commissioners?
I have a couple of questions specifically to what Ms. McDuffie was just talking about, and that is, there's not a page number, but on the proposed cost of implementation, is that an a la carte menu? In other words, could we determine that we want to move forward with number 1 and number 2, and phase in number 3 over the next year, so that we can you know, more judiciously spread the cost out for increasing these salary compensation?
Yes, it could be done that way. But I think one of the most important issues that this study addresses is the compression issue, which is the last item on that list. And okay. It is important to, you know, understand, because what happens if you don't put that compression is that you will be hiring people on at salary levels that people who have been here for 5 years are making.
Right.
And that's one of the problems that you have with morale and recruitment.
I think this is a great study, and this is great information. One or two other questions I have is, how easily, and I guess Mr. Damon, this is a question for you, how easily can we track the success of this pay compensation schedule if we move forward with the full implementation? So that's one question. And then the other is, what sort of success rate have other communities had who have adopted this same pay compensation schedule?
Great question, Commissioner. So to begin with, typically what you're trying to accomplish when you develop a new classification and compensation plan is to improve several key HR objectives that are linked to class and comp. So the first is employee recruitment. So you want to ensure that your wages and salaries as a city government are market competitive. So when you go out and advertise for your position vacancies, A, you're getting high quality applicants. B, you're getting a high volume of applicants to select from. C, The second item that you're trying to adjust from an HR outcome is employee retention. So ideally, employee voluntary turnover that is linked to employees' wages and salaries. So for example, a police officer leaves the city of Brunswick to go take a position in Camden County's sheriff's office, or solely for pay reasons. Not that they don't like to work for the city of Brunswick, but they can go make several $1,000s more. So reducing that turnover that's linked to employee compensation. The third HR outcome you're trying to achieve is reducing pay satisfaction. So those morale issues that Ms. McDuffie was referring to from a compression adjustment standpoint. And then additionally, complaints that you may hear as elected officials or your managers within the city government may hear from the workforce about pay levels within the city government. And then the fourth is ideally trying to improve employee productivity. So that's kind of the hardest item to measure, is because academic research is somewhat inconclusive whether you pay an employee a higher base wage and salary, whether they're going to be a more productive or motivated employee. But what academic research does show is if you have low pay levels relative to your labor market competitors, that can create morale issues or pay dissatisfaction issues, which you can imagine could potentially impact an employee's productivity or motivation level. So those are some of the key indicators that I would recommend a local government measure after adopting this is, A, take a look, is your recruitment function improving in terms of, are you getting those higher quality applicants, more applicants? B, are you having less turnover and improved retention for your workforce? C, is your HR department or elected officials, managers hearing about pay reduced? And then D, which is the hardest to measure, is how are employee productivity levels or performance levels since the adoption? And then to answer your latter question, so most of the local governments or public sector organizations that we partner with are successful in adopting the plans that we develop for them. And then that's one great question, and that's an initiative we're actually doing currently at UGA, is periodically checking in with these communities down to see how has improved those outcomes that we have outlined at the beginning as it pertains to recruitment, retention, reducing pay dissatisfaction, and productivity. But just anecdotally speaking, to answer that question is, we report hearing back either from city managers or HR directors that when we do an analysis of nature, it typically is going to benefit those areas or positions that they're having the greatest difficulty with recruitment or retention. And then a lot of times when it speaks words to is they'll come back and partner with us then on a follow-up study to assist them down the road when they need to reevaluate their classification and compensation strategies.
Great, thank you. I think this was a very enlightening study and it was a good process to go through. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Alex, this is Johnny Cason. We obviously compete with the county government for particularly police and fire. Mm-hmm. How is this going to make us, if we adopt this full package tonight, how is this going to make us stand up and be competitive with the Glenn County Police and Fire? Did you check into that?
Yes, so as I mentioned, we pulled data overall from Glenn County from their responses on the DCA. Additionally, for those critical positions, so firefighter, police officer, Ms. McDuffie and I, we looked at some of the pay rates that are being currently advertised by Glenn County to ensure that what we're proposing is going to put the city government in a competitive position. So for example, your police rates at around $39,381, starting out police, and then fire at $34,906 would be very competitive, or more or less right on par with where Glenn County is at.
Yes, that's where we need to be. I mean, we've lost other positions to the county also. We've lost some serious people in the past 5 years to the county. And
Regina, is there anything you want to add on that?
Well, Ms. McDuffie, have this plan been, I guess, did you get a chance to coordinate it with your chiefs of fire and police?
Yes, I did present it to the fire and police chief, gave them opportunities to have input, and the public works, basically. The other, departments are smaller and the positions are a little bit less. But yeah, the police and fire, they did have input on the information. They evaluated it. They are very pleased with what's being proposed. And we are going to try and help them as well with recruitment and retention. If they both presented retention proposals. And if we, once we implement the plan, if we have the opportunity to continue to provide bonuses or something, if we have the funding to do that or feel the need in the future, then, we would also like to look at their retention proposals.
Okay, well, both of them are here tonight, and so that's the question I asked, and they seem to be giving me a thumbs up sign.
I have one other quick question just for clarification. The amount required for the current fiscal year is about 435,000. Is that because we're already into the year, and so that's the amount for this year to implement this plan, and then henceforth it's about 635,000?
Yes, the 435,000, that's for salaries and the fringe benefits for 7 months of this fiscal year. The 633, we would have to add about another 17% to cover the benefits for pension and FICA, Medicare to that, but that going forward would be our annual cost. And again, the reason that I was, I guess, confident that we could support this through our budget is because of our sales tax revenue and what we will get in this year. And hopefully, even if we don't have an increase next year, we'll have enough to support the pay plan going forward.
And then budget every year henceforth?
Yes. And we would be looking at, what we could afford in terms of increases and how we can stay competitive, and also follow the implementation schedule that we will, work with UGA on for future budget.
Do you have any comment from the Finance Committee?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we did, Ms. McDuffie did present this to the Finance Committee, and along with the fire chief and the police chief, their recommendations as well. And we looked at, and she gave us a really good plan of how they would implement these things and make sure that we stay on budget and keep things moving. And I think it would be a great morale booster for our city employees and any future employees that we may gain.
Commissioner Harris, you got any comment?
Yes, like Commissioner Williams said, and as the presenter has taken us through the information in depth, Regina has also summarized what he has presented. We did look at this in Finance Committee meeting. Both chiefs were there. Garrow was there. Both of them are, all three of them are in full support of this pay plan. I think that they did a thorough job in researching and putting the numbers together, looking at all of the different risk factors, how we can implement this, deviating the pay scales, and compensating each level at each level of the pay scale. So I think that it's a really good plan. The support is coming in from the staff, from the department heads. The department heads even addressed with us their proposals for incentive plans. And I think that even those proposals for incentives will also support and just be a supplement to this plan to resolve some of the issues that we have been facing and that has been persistent with the city for quite some time before I ever even thought about being a commissioner. So I think this is long overdue. This moves us into the 21st century and to competitiveness. And so I think we need to move and act swiftly.
No, I agree with you all. I agree with Commissioner Kaysen too, but we've lost some good quality people because of our salary structure, and it's about time for us to stop being the lowest paid organization in this community, where we expect professional services from individuals, but we're not paying them professional salary. So it's about time that we do that and bring our employees up to a professional pay scale, and also to expect, once you pay them like it's supposed to be, we get great, even more quality service, excellent quality service. So it's surprising to see that our employee was making $8.90 an hour. And it's just surprising to see that. But now we're bringing them up to, they starting out with $11.50 at least. So it's good to see that we are able to do that, and being a professional organization that we are, we need to pay them an excellent wage for their service, the service they're giving to this city. And as I said before, it's tired of being the lowest paid organization here in the community, and we get what we get. Even though we got great employees, but sometimes we need to pay them a wage that they are. The service they're giving us. Great service, they get great pay. So I think this is a great pay plan, realizing too that it's even more when you factor in the benefits, the health benefits, retirement benefits, the paid leave. As an HR director from Jekyll Island, factoring all that in, it would be significantly more. And I think our employees will be well compensated with this plan. And I personally think that we are going to see an added better attitude, better morale, and maybe also to more retention of our employees as we move forward. The city of Brunswick has turned the corner now, and we are, if we're going to be a professional organization, we need to pay our employees accordingly. And I'm really happy about this pay plan.
Mr. Mayor, you're right, 100%, but we've got to be sure this is sustainable.
Yes.
This is a big step, and it's a great step. It really is. It's a great program, but we've got to be sure it's sustainable. And this is the first time I've seen this. I've had this week to look at it. And I see we've got it for approval tonight, so.
As an HR director, I've been through compensation surveys and plans and whatever like that, and this is a good one. I've also sat on.
I think it's a real good one, no question about it. I'm saying we need to be sure that it's going to be sustainable.
Individuals, so I think we're able to.
Well, let me say from the Finance Committee standpoint and what our city manager has presented to us and the layout and how she has looked down the road, that we should be able, without any glitches, to be able to sustain this, these pay raises and move things forward and be able to retain, because it costs us more money to train, 10, 15 officers a year and lose 14, 15 a year. So, I think that once we are competitive salary wise, we'll have the retention. We won't have this constant turnover with fire and police department, as well as public works and those folks. And so, even at our cemeteries, we've had a lot of turnover in the last few months that I've seen. So it's just things like that we've got to take the bull by the horns and say, hey, let's get this corrected. Let's do it now and not wait till tomorrow.
And even beyond that, and I think that Regina can can reiterate this, is that we addressed the sustainability of this proposal, and Regina did provide us with that information. So I'm going to give way to her to provide the information that she provided to us at the Finance Committee to address the very question, because I knew I told them that you would be asking that question, and to be prepared with the feasible answer to that question. So she did address that with us.
Mayor hit it just right. You got to look at the benefits that we're doing, and maybe some more time to look at that would be a preferable way to address this properly.
Well, I think all of that is accounted for. So that's why I say I'm giving way to Regina and the presenter to provide that information.
All right, good.
I have one other question. One thing I really like about this is it's comprehensive, it's broad, it takes into consideration every employee at every level, every department, which I think is good, as opposed to, you know, spot zoning, if you will, where we just try to knee-jerk look at our fire and police department and public works and try to keep them happy. One question I have, Mr. Damon, is other opportunities for intrinsic value that can be added that goes beyond pay rewards. In other words, are there other incentives that can be looked at and given as options that don't necessarily require a pay raise?
Good question, Commissioner. So when you're talking about rewards, there's intrinsic rewards and extrinsic rewards. So our study is primarily focusing on those extrinsic rewards, so the dollar value of their work they're providing to the city of Brunswick. So as you can imagine, that's a big motivator for a lot of different.
Sure.
So on intrinsic rewards, we're looking for things that can motivate employees beyond what that external reward is. So typically, in public sector organizations, you're relying on a concept called public service motivation, meaning an employee wants to work for a local government or a public sector organization, typically because they're motivated because they want to provide value to their community, their state, or their country. So that's a big intrinsic driver that studies have found for public sector employees, is that public sector motivation. But in terms of rewards you could provide specifically within the city of Brunswick are a lot of organizations have a variety of employee recognition programs that don't necessarily provide a monetary reward associated, but just so they can be honored in front of the elected officials, their peers within the city government, or the citizens as a whole, is a good starting point. Similarly, basic employee newsletters have shown to have some intrinsic rewards that inform employees about what their coworkers are doing or their supervisors are doing, letting them know what they're working on or have accomplished. So those are just a few minor examples. Not an area of great expertise of mine, but I'd be happy to track down some other examples or suggestions if needed.
No, that's helpful. The only other question I would have is, you know, making sure that we don't overlook employees' desires to track forward as a career in public service. You know, you can have the financial carrot, but if they don't feel as though they have, you know, they're on a track to move forward and continue to improve themselves, offer higher capabilities, improve their intrinsic value to the organization. I don't, you know, we can't afford to overlook that either.
I think we got better leadership too, Mayor Pro Tem. And I think that's one of the reasons why I believe you will see better retention with excellent leadership that we have moving forward. Also, I want to thank our former, city manager, Mr. Jim Drum. I think he's the one who authorized this. He gave it to Assistant City Manager, Ms. Tanette Myers, to get this started. And it's been a long time coming. I think, as you said, you know, will the individuals consider making a career path for them? And we're hoping that this will be a start. I'm sure.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Sorry. Any other questions? Any more questions, commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion on this issue.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion to approve the payment plan study conducted by the University of Georgia Carl Vinson Institute for the city of Brunswick.
Second.
Is the motion second for the approval of the payment plan conducted by the University of Georgia Carl Vinson Institute of Government as presented by Ms. McDuffie and other individual? Further questions?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the plan at all. I want to do it, but I think that we needed more time to discuss this.
Any further questions?
That's my question.
Yes, sir. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Not with the plan. I'm not opposing it, but we needed more time for discussion and thinking this thing over.
Are you voting yes or no?
I'm voting against it right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, commissioners. And please be aware of Commissioner Cason's request. Ms. City Manager, be aware of Commissioner Cason's request.
She will be.
I will provide some, I guess, information budget-wise going forward.
Thank you. I've got no problem at all with this plan. We need a little bit more time to look at it, and that's a fact. So the plan is great. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Carl Vincent.
If you could.
Mayor Harvey, for clarity, was it a unanimous to approve it or?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Alex, did he stop his share screen?
Yes, I'm going to end that.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity tonight, and I enjoyed working with everybody. And I'll continue to remain engaged with Regina and your administrative staff on assisting them with implementation.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right. We need to move right along. I think we're running a little late here. Item number 9, consider approval of professional service contract for on-call transit planning services. Mr. John Hunter, Plan and Codes Director, is presenting.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. As you'll recall, in 2018, we began the process of creating a small urban transit service through GDOT and the FTA 5307 program. We've gone through 2 rounds of grant allocations for that, and thanks to the CARES Act, we have a little over $1.7 million to spend to plan, equip, and initially operate our small urban transit service. But we have to get it off the ground. And before you today, we have a contract for on-call transit planning services. In April, we put out an RFQ, request for qualifications. We had 2 responses. Based on the scoring of the RFQs, the Atlanta office of Whitman, Reichart and Associates was determined to be the best match for Brunswick's transit planning needs. Due to delays both with COVID and the distribution of CARES Act funding to FTA and GDOT, the concurrence of selection by GDOT was delayed until August. Once they concurred with the selection, staff started working with WRA and GDOT to develop a project scope for the creation of the Brunswick Small Urban Transit Service and the consultant services contract that meets GDOT and FTA requirements. The planning services were estimated in our grant applications to cost a little over $206,000 to stand up the program in this initial phase. WRA's cost for task order number 1 is $198,692.93, which was under our projected cost estimates. Task order number 1 will cover 14 activities that will take us from concept to operations over the next 12 months. That includes grant and contract procurement, transit service planning, staffing planning, all the regulatory programs that we have to set up to meet FTA requirements like drug testing and our employee manuals and all of that. They'll set up a public input process to gather information about routes and fares, as well as a human services work group. They'll give us our vehicle specifications and help us procure those and deliver them. They'll provide plans for all the technology we need. They'll create our maintenance plans. They'll create and design our bus stops, our shelters, and our hub locations. And they'll brand us, so we will have a name for whatever we're going to call this transportation system. They will also give us budgets and projections going forward, so we'll know how much we can apply for each year through the different programs, through FTA that we're entitled to, what our operational needs will be above that, and put us on a good path to provide an important service to the citizens of Brunswick and Glenn County. The on-call services contract is for a 3-year period. It's almost identical to the engineering services contracts that Garrow currently uses. We sign for the 3-year period, and during that 3-year period, we operate on a task-by-task basis. This first one, as I said, is our stand-up planning. Right now, we don't know what we would need beyond that, but we would have their services available to us. So as we're working on our annual grant applications, as we're working on any new potential needs that we see that would be helpful going forward, they would be available to be on call for us. The best part about this is we're spending somebody else's money. So this is all money from the federal government. We have no matching requirements. And we're excited to finally get this project off the ground. We had hoped to be able to do it a little earlier this year, but the delays with COVID really put a wrinkle in things. And we're excited to get moving. We did take this to the Finance Committee meeting last week. Commissioner Williams, you may have some comments about that, but.
After looking at this, and this is something that we've had on the drawing board for a long time, and I think me and Commissioner Harris both kind of clapped our hands and smiled a little bit when he said we don't get to spend any of the city's money, but we're spending somebody else's money. So I think that we're moving in the right direction. I think that this is something that has been long awaited in this city, and there are a lot of citizens and individuals who visit our city who will use this transit system, I hope, to get around our city and to see our city as a whole.
And as y'all know, as part of this program, there's annual funding available. So annually, we'll be able to apply to it. Right now, we're eligible for about $670,000 a year, and that can be split up in between different things. So some years it can be planning, some years it can be operational, some years it's equipment related. So part of what they help do with this process is set that plan up for us so we know what our needs are going to be in the future, and we're ready to go for those applications well ahead of time.
That sounds great.
So it does address sustainability, like when the rubber meets the road, so to speak, and you've got everything set up, you've got your equipment, you've got your rolling stock, you've got staff, employee, you got everything. Then you got to sustain the program and not have it be a drain on the city and the taxpayers.
Exactly. And one of the things that we'll be looking at through that planning process are what other funding opportunities are available, both larger scale, whether it's at a federal or a state program, or whether there's other partnerships that we might be able to work locally that can help fund this, so that it, you know, I'm not going to say it's going to be self-sustaining, but the impact upon the city's budget is as low as we can make it.
True. And I think to the degree that we can solicit and bring on board sponsors, you know, industry sponsors and large corporations locally, because we're helping their employees and their staff get to and from work and home is something that we should definitely work hard on. I have one question though. The 3-year contract is $750,000. Our current contract with WRNA, if I got that right, is around $200,000.
So that is a maximum cost over the 3-year period. We might only spend this $198,000. Basically, though, they're saying that over a 3-year period, if we had multiple task orders with them, once we hit a $75,000 cap,
yeah,
$750,000 cap, we would need to either create a new contract with them or go out to bid for services elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. That helps explain it.
Also, Mayor Pro Tem, you remember this really came out of the BATS, with you and I sit on the BATS. And also, I think the county, as we move forward, will probably be helping with this because they're going to realize some of the benefits of this as well. I'm pretty sure some of our staff will be into the county area.
Oh, I would definitely think so. And I think into the mainland county is what we should judiciously look at. And then if outlying areas such as St. Simons or Jekyll want to pick it up from certain transit stations and go forward, that would be great. But I think we should at least
plan on having some public meetings here. We will start off, I'm thinking start off with, hopefully they recommend using small buses and then we can build our system instead of just over tasking ourselves.
And that's definitely part of this, and I think been recognized both in the BAT study and in our conversations with WRA is this is a Brunswick scale program.
Okay.
And that's really kind of the goal of these small urban transit programs, okay, is that they're really set up. You don't need to be thinking about MARTA.
Okay.
You know, we're not
MARTA.
We're not MARTA. We're our own entity, and they're operating relatively successfully around the state right now.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner?
I got 1 or 2 things to add. Public transportation right now is down 60%. It is what it's down now. I don't think it's going, I'm hoping it's not going to stay that way, but I just think that we need to be aware that there are some places here that have public transit is not being used right now. So
this program was take a year to get implemented anyhow, and hopefully
there'll be a vaccine. Absolutely, I'm hoping. I just wanted to throw that out. People are flying again, but they're not using land public transportation right now. It's way, way, way off. And I'm wondering about how about electric buses, John? Are they available?
We'll find out. I think that's part of the component as well in this, in the overall sustainability. I think we'll look at electric. We'll probably look at LNG. You know, that all those things that we can do to make it as clean and green as possible and sustainable.
I like that. I really do. Maybe we can get a Tesla bus. Who knows?
You never know.
Okay, commissioners.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, entertain a motion, please.
Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we approve the professional services contract for the on-call transit planning services as presented by Mr. Hunter.
Second.
Motion second for approval of the professional service contract for on-call transit planning services as presented. Any further comments or questions?
One other comment. I know that legal has taken a look at this, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good.
All right. Okay. All right.
And the next contract.
The legal has been presented to legal. Legal has taken a look at it. All in favor? Please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed have the same right. Hearing no opposes, that motion carries unanimous. Carries. So thank you so very much, Ms. Hunter.
Thank you.
And thank you for your patience as well. All right, we're at item number 10. Consider approval of memorandum of understanding between the City of Brunswick and the Urban Redevelopment Authority regarding the Norwood Street Revitalization Revolving Loan Fund. Mr. Travis Stiegel is presented. Hello, Mr. Stiegel.
Good afternoon. Well, evening, sir, right?
Almost good night.
Good night.
So I will definitely try to be very understanding and brief. So in February, during a finance committee meeting, we were tasked with the objective to allocate dollars from the Norwich Common Fund for the benefits of the Norwich Common Corridor. In your packet, you will get a chance to see the map of the Norwich Common Corridor and its outlying areas from 5th Street to the north, S Street to the south, Franklin and Albany to the east, and Ellis to the west. First one I'll ask you guys to look at would be the Norwich Common Improvement and Beautification Grant. We decided to allocate these funds in two different ways. One of them will be a grant and the other will be a development assistance fund. We're asking that that $60,000 be allocated for the Norwich Community Improvement Beautification Grant for the eligible projects of mural, volunteer, neighborhood property cleanup efforts and streetscape improvements. These grants will generally go to nonprofits and community organizations that are kind of gathered, like MPAs, things like that. Any group of community leaders or just any group of community individuals that kind of gather together. The goal is to grant up to $1,000, per group, and we will set aside $12,000 a year for that to happen. In order for these individuals to have a pretty fair chance at getting this money every year, we have set the annual deadlines for January 1st, May 1st, and September the 1st. They kind of coincide with a few things that we already do, community cleanups and kind of community gatherings that are already there. Any questions on the grant portion? All right. Second, this allocation is going to be for the revolving loan fund portion of the Norwich Common Funds. We're asking that $250,000 be set aside for the Norwich Common Development Assistant Loan Fund. This is a 3-to-1 type of loan. So the goal is for the individual or group to already have 30% of whatever they are planning to use to redevelop a property and or to build a property already in place. Those projects as of now are going to be about $10,000 per project that's going to be allocated. In a few occasions within the Norwich Common Corridor, you will have the ability to approve more money for bigger projects. So we are already looking at a couple projects that are going on there. Eligible projects will be new multifamily rentals, rehab of multifamily rentals, and more importantly, within that particular area where the small developer or just individual is able to participate will be in the new and rehab of single-family residences. And so the goal is to kind of create two things: a way for small developers to participate in revitalizing their neighborhood, and also to provide some sort of affordable housing. Eligible actions: purchase of buildings, capital improvements to buildings. We also took into consideration that there will be not only single-family residences that are going to have to be taken care of, but we also thought about the commercial properties and buildings that will have to be taken care of also. So if there's an individual, for some reason, purchase a restaurant and or renting a restaurant, something goes wrong and they need to access funds, maybe a roof, maybe a hood vent, maybe things in that area. But these are dollars that will be allocated for the benefit for the individuals in that Norwich Common area. It has been presented to the Finance Committee and Brian, of course.
Okay, questions on this the grant program and also the revolving loan fund, commissioners?
Yes, I have a question. There is some commercial opportunity, or there's some opportunity for funding for commercial properties, correct? You said, Mr. Stiegel?
It is.
Okay. I would really like to make sure that if this is approved and we launch forward with it, which I think it's great to see this finally get structured, that there be a really nice press release, because this is something we don't want to keep secret. We need to make sure that we communicate this and it's out in the larger public, the much larger public, and to the degree that we can make sure we're engaging, which I'm sure you are, the EDA, any commercial realtors and people, because folks need to know that there are these opportunities available. One other question I had was the boundary lines. If we're talking residential, primarily residential, I'm just curious why the boundaries weren't moved, for instance, one more block, I guess, east to like Brailsford Avenue.
Well, actually, these were the original boundary lines that were set up when the Norwich Common Fund was originally initiated. So there is an opportunity to expand these boundary lines, but we just use the original one. So.
Okay, because I mean, it definitely encompasses a good bit of commercial frontage, but it was just curious about the residential component, since we're trying to encourage that. If we were including enough opportunities long term for the residential, but if we can, if we need to modify it at some point, that would be good. Does the charter with the URA need to be modified for them to accept this as a task? I guess that question's for Brian Corey. I don't know if he's still on.
I'm here physically.
Did you hear my question?
Oh, so.
Yes, I did. I don't believe so as it relates to, the URA plan would probably account for this, but I'll double check. It's not the same sense as like the physical projects that have been assigned to the URA, those priority projects, 3 I think that are already in the plan. But I believe the plan would cover this, and I know that the state law already would allow, if the plan does not, which I would doubt, the state law would allow the URA to implement a program similar to this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've got a question. We've got the Downtown Development Authority already set up to do and handle loans. Why would it be beneficial to have the URA handle this?
this would, jurisdictionally, this is outside the scope of the DDA's
Yes.
operations. Norwich.
Well, they have met on Norwich Street for I don't know how long. As a matter of fact, those meetings have been held out there for years, and they finally got disbanded last year. So
That was a combination meeting though between downtown and Norwich.
URA is set up for this. I mean, for me, it would be better handled by the URA. Downtown development has their area, URA has their area.
Yeah, I think the URA can cover more than just the Downtown Development Authority can. So that's another arm that we use is to help develop our city.
So you're talking more staff, is that what you're talking?
Am I talking more fast? Am I too fast for you?
No, staff. How are they gonna handle it?
Dixon, man.
So the URA will handle things like the approval, the first line of approval of applications. Then they will in turn be introduced to the city manager for her secondary approval, and lastly, handed to the commission for their approval. Like I said,
My question is, they're gonna handle this without staff, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Now servicing will be done from Kathy's office, but that's about it.
Okay, I just was wondering what the plan is. Thank you.
Okay.
This is, yes, this is Commissioner Harris. This is a major economic stimulus for that area. And it's something that we've been talking about for quite some time now. It was even mentioned and planted when Arnie Glazier was here, and we started having the NPA meetings over at Norwich Commons. And so this has been a long time coming. And so I am quite happy to see this boost into that area finally materialize.
Are the grants going to be match grants, or are they going to be forgiven grants? Are they going to be repaid, and the loans? How about those?
They're just grants. They're going to be forgiven grants. They're going to be $1,000 each. And we have up to $12,000 a year, which should put us in the enough for, I'm thinking 7 years or so.
I think you said about 5 to 7 years.
What you said to us in finance committee meeting.
But the loans, Commissioner Kaysen, are revolving loans, and they are loans that are going to be paid back.
Great. Thank you.
And the great thing about the loans that they since they're development loans, they tend to be short term, and so they will be a part of the construction phase of any of the developments that are going on. So when they go from construction to the actual hard loan, the long-term loan, they get paid back then.
Yeah, we thought about that to make sure that it's true to what it's called, revolving. So that means money goes out, money comes back in.
What we like.
Okay, commissioners. All right, further questions? I entertain a motion, if not.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion to approve the what is it? The professional service. Well, no, I'm at the wrong one.
Not that one.
The memorandum of understanding between the city and the Urban Redevelopment Agency regarding the Norwich Street Common Revolving Loan Fund and Grant Fund.
Second.
Motion second to consider approval of the memorandum of understanding between the city of Brunswick and the Urban Development Authority regarding the Norwich Street Revitalization Revolving Loan Fund and Grant Fund. Are there any further questions, commissioners?
I just have one comment, and I think they're $1,000 per group per year is going to be, I don't know what you can do with $1,000, to be honest with you. It's going to really make some impact. So I'd really almost like to see as you get to say that third quarter, and that September deadline, if there's a balance left, that the amount could potentially, the award amount could potentially be higher based on the project and the impact.
That's something.
Well, primarily, Commissioner Martin, those are somewhat like incentive type grants for beautification, and maybe mirrored to some of maybe like the facade grants that DDA does, but they were primarily for like beautification type projects that some of the NPAs may be wanting to do those type things.
Okay, I guess they just need to be well defined then on the application. Okay, that's all.
Should they, I think that's a good point. Should they be facade grants?
That to me is a different type of thing. If you're talking about beautification and community improvement, I think that really needs to be defined on what's applicable.
So,
We got a lot of murals going on already that have been done. So
our thoughts, when we thought about the murals right now, they've come before the finance committee, and I want to say that they were costing about $3 grand. And so this would give us an opportunity to kind of participate in that process. When we start to talk about streetscape projects and neighborhood volunteer cleanups, that's really what we mean. Maybe cleaning up lots, cutting the lots, painting mailboxes, helping restore the library boxes that are in the communities. And so these are the kind of things that we were thinking about. If they wanted to get a little bit more involved in a beautification and it moves to actually developing a piece of property, then that's when it would kind of switch over from the grant to actually into the revolving loan process. And so now we're starting to talk about an NPA decides they want to get a home donated, they want to renovate that home, they have the first 30% of that process. Or I'm sorry, 70% of that dollar amount, and we can come in with the rest. So as the projects get bigger, then, they kind of move over to the loan process. The goal is to be able to step in and help out.
Any other comment?
I have one real quick one just for Commissioner Martin. The Norwich, these specific funds are listed under the sections of how the redevelopment plan, the urban redevelopment plan would be funded. So these were specifically contemplated when putting together the URA's plan.
okay, thank you. I appreciate you checking on that.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed have the same right. Hearing no opposed, that motion carries. It carries unanimously. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Stiegel.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're at item number 11, which is our last item on our agenda. Consider approval of contracts for construction of restroom and splash pad support building at Mary Ross Waterfront Park. Mr. Al Verheim, and I apologize for having you sit here through this whole thing.
No worries. It allowed me to get home and get changed, so that worked out great. So I'm going to try and keep this under an hour, maybe an hour and a half. We'll see. All right.
10 minutes.
So, or 10 minutes, as you may.
In 2 hours.
There you go. All right. So where we left off in September was we were going to go back. I told you what the statewide contract cost was. We went back with the state contractor, Osprey Management, after the last meeting. Their project manager spent 3 weeks contacting local contractors to see if they could get a lower price in certain areas. And then Osprey would pass those savings on to us. And we looked at value engineering and things like that during that 3 weeks. So just so you know, Osprey contacted local subcontractors in site work, concrete, pavers, siding, wood truss and rough carpentry, aluminum roofing, structural steel, paint, fencing, tile, doors and toilet accessories, aluminum windows and glazing, plumbing, electric, HVAC, testing and survey, and other contractors, some other local general contractors who could do multiple trades during that 3 weeks. Of the 71 local contractors that Osprey contacted and they said they were interested in submitting a proposal, only 38 actually submitted the written proposals to Osprey. So that's only about a 54% response rate from those who said they were interested in doing projects for us. Of some of those proposals received, some of the items were higher than the book price and the state book price, and some items in the proposals were lower, essentially resulting in no savings over the state contract. In fact, one of the roofing subcontractors came in at double the price of the state contract for the roof. Now, this isn't just a bathroom building. These aren't just toilets and sinks that we're putting in. This is a multi-use building with a ticket office in the front, the bathrooms on each side, and then the commercial grade pump house that will house the heavy duty equipment that the pump equipment and heavy duty equipment that's needed to operate the splash pad. So this building isn't just bathrooms for us. It is going to be the centerpiece of Mary Ross Park. So we want it to blend in to the local architecture. We want it to be a centerpiece. We want it to be something that stands out in our park. Ticket window will obviously be used during big events. I'm thinking of Stubilee, they can use that ticket window. Coast Fest, things like that, where there's something going on, they charge admission. And of course, our families will be able to enjoy that building when they're down there, either their kids are down there in splash pad or in the playground. Just to point out that over $70,000 of the site work is specific to the splash pad, because what we're paying for, what we owe our friends at Great Southern is $103,000 to lay down the splash pad, but the site has to be ready to accept that. So in this proposal by Osprey Management, that includes all the site work for the splash pad. So all they gotta do is plop that thing down and connect up to the utilities that are run to that pad. The building itself needs 160 feet of underground sewer at 6 inches and 2-inch water lines. And I alluded a little bit about the mechanical equipment needed to run a splash pad. That's industrial level equipment. So we need 3 electrical panels. Splash pad's going to be computer controlled for security, which shuts it off at certain times. And there's also a system where rainwater will drain off and not go into the water system that recycles for the splash pad. So there's a lot of nuances in there that add to the price. We had, in our last URA meeting, we had our architect in there, Robert Usry, and to see if we could value engineers, if there were ways to save money. He said, you might be able to save some thousands, but you're not going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars. He said, there's no way to get to $500,000 from here. Back in 2017, I believe, the dock repair came in a lot more than what y'all expected. And so $434,000 was pulled out of the Mary Ross SPLOST funds to cover, out of SPLOST 5 and 6, to cover the repair of the dock. So what we have here in front of you is the Osprey proposal is $792,022.91. The Great Southern piece for splash pad installation is $103,915.13. So that's a total of $895,938.04 total cost for that project for the accessory building and the splash pad. We have $326,527.54 in Mary Ross Park SPLOST funds remaining to put towards the project. So our delta is $569,410.50.
All right. Ms. City Manager, how did we get there?
Well, let me see. What we looked at, the only money that we have, I guess, available for this is if we take the funding, some of the funding of the overage that we're getting from the SPLOST, which we've already said that we would designate about $600,000 for the Magnolia Park project. This would require another $359,000 from that undesignated fund, and then taking some of the interest from the SPLOST that we've already generated. I think the last time we looked at it, it was $216,000. So taking about $210,000 of the interest and then about another $359,000 of the undesignated SPLOST funds would be our best solution to funding this project.
Okay. Commissioner, you got any questions?
I mean, do we have any idea what the ongoing costs are going to be to maintain staff? I mean, the sustainability of it, repairs, et cetera, on an annual basis.
The splash pad itself, Commissioner Martin?
Well, the splash pad, the bathrooms, the mechanical room, ticketing, any and all of that.
Sure. No. The building itself, the structure is designed with the latest, all the materials used will meet code. Windows will be hurricane resistant. This building's going to be built to last, but yeah, good point about yearly maintenance or annual regular maintenance on both splash pad, keeping up with the bathrooms. Now, we're trying to use durable materials in the bathrooms also, but there is the daily maintenance of those.
And at what point did code perhaps change? I mean, there's a lot of splash pads in other communities that don't have restrooms. I mean, at what point did it get mandated that if you have a splash pad, you have to have restrooms?
From what I understand, the health department mandates that that bathrooms have to be within a certain distance of the splash pad. That's what necessitated the need for bathrooms. Originally, that was not our plan. Our plan was a pump house, maybe a pavilion for picnic tables, but it was not going to be bathrooms. And then health department said that bathrooms have to be within a certain distance of the splash pad. And they even further mandated or required showers in each bathroom, but we were able to get a waiver for that because we didn't need that expense or that maintenance for showers.
But it seems that right now we don't know the operational costs or annual operational costs of this. It could be minimum, or could be a little bit more than what we anticipate. So I don't know how we get that information.
Didn't we talk about at one time some type of fee or entrance fee for the splash pad?
That information was supposed to have been.
I don't think any of us were fully prepared to have this be a ticketed, fee to pay, fee to play venture.
It would be a legal liability if you charged. So
yes.
It would be.
It was something we talked about at one point.
Not only that, it would cost you more to take the money than what would be paid to, I mean, you can't, a nominal fee, and it would cost you more to regulate that.
And we talked about all of that previously. Who would staff it, how it would be staffed. And I thought those numbers should have been
They're probably out there,
somewhere.
Commissioner Harris.
I'm quite sure they are.
It's just not presented right here with us.
Probably need to go back and look.
Because I think ticketing, when it came up in the URA meeting, and this is, I don't know, quite some time ago, then it necessitated fencing the whole thing in, which gets expensive. And I have no idea if the fencing is included in these numbers or not. But if it's not going to be a fee and we don't need the ticketing component, do we need the fence?
The fencing is included in this proposal.
Okay, do we need the fence if we're not going to charge admission to play in the splash pad?
Yes, the fence is for the splash pad. It's for the safety of the kids.
Somewhere, and maybe we can go back and record. I think Mr. Bennett at some point had those figures of what it would cost us annually to operate and maintain the splash pad. But, you know, at this particular point, I don't think that's what we're here to really talk about. But
Yeah, I just got real heartburn with this whole situation.
I don't understand the fencing part, because the splash pad I thought was going to be more of an open space, such as some of the ones like in Savannah or Atlanta. It doesn't have the features that usually require fencing, but I mean, that's just my observation.
Okay, all right, so good comments. I'm sure, Mr. Verheim, you ran this by our finance committee.
I did.
And they went through it tooth and nail and whatever, fine tooth comb.
Plus.
And our city manager is making a recommendation as to how we would be able to fund this. We've been talking about it. Well, I wish there was some way we could reallocate those funds that we have for the conference center towards this. But as I said tonight, it's been have to do a referendum for that, since it was specifically designed. I mean, specifically item on our splash list, so we can't just transfer funds like that. So, however, we will get extra funding from the SPLOST, and there is a move to have a SPLOST moving forward for, I think, not next, I believe next year or the year after too as well. So I think we are coming into our own as far as with funding. You're right, it's a small risk, but a calculated risk. And since I have great faith in our city manager and her finding of this money to move forward.
I really thought that the dock repairs, we knew that number years ago.
No, that came over. It was over. It was over with that when we paid for that. I think it was something, we thought it was gonna be something like 2, and it ended up being
305.
Yes.
Somewhere close to that, but I thought that we had funds allocated for that out of a different pot of money, not necessarily SPLOST 6.
No, it's just Mary Ross improvement.
Yeah, came out of Mary Ross Park improvements.
I know, because we had an issue with Howard Coffin, the last SPLOST. We didn't do very much with Howard Coffin, and we was concerned that that we should have done more for that one, and we didn't. But anyhow, any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I just want to say this, the cost of this did take me back some.
I
Yeah.
think all of us to take a harder look, because we all did not expect it to come in at this cost.
Oh, and that's not what, and I can remember all of the meetings we had on this, and this is not the area that we were in
Right.
when we were considering this.
Right. Okay, well, are we finished with our comments? Okay. Thank you for Mr. Al for that. I'll entertain a motion to move forward with it, or what we need to do with this item.
Mr. Mayor, I'll offer the motion that we approve the contract for construction of the restroom and splash pad support building at Mary Ross Waterfront Park, with financing being handled the way our city manager has presented it to us.
I got a motion. Do I have a second? Mr. Attorney, can I second that motion? Yeah. Am I considering getting a second for this?
Can we look at the, I want to see what the, wait a minute, have I lost?
And you call?
Yes.
So,
Wait a minute. Are you seconding that motion? If you're not, then this motion can die, and then you can ask your questions.
Oh, okay.
Again, is there a second to this motion that's been presented by Commissioner Williams? Well, if not, that motion dies for lack of a second. Now, Commissioner Harris, you have a question?
Yes. Can we get the maintenance information on this and bring this back?
We can. This should be out there. And would you all like to bring this back up at the next meeting?
I'll make a motion that we defer to our next meeting.
I second.
Okay, motion second to defer this item to our next meeting. Further questions, comments? Madam Clerk, call the roll on this, please.
Commissioner Kaysen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin?
No.
Mayor Harvey?
Yes, that motion carries 4-1. Or we bring this back up to at our next meeting. And we will consider it, plus to have Commissioner Harris's question answered about the operational costs, annual operational costs of this venture. All right, thank you, Commissioner, for that. And we seem we have to come to the end of our printed agenda. It's been a long meeting, and I know there is one item to consider in executive session. Hopefully it won't be long.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion that we adjourn to executive session for litigation.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn to executive session for litigation. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, the same thing. All right, we will return to executive session, after which we will come back and retire our regular meeting. Thank you, and we are adjourned to executive session.